Inner Lion Media.
One of the mandates here as seekers of pure, unbiased spiritual truth is to introduce, and in some cases reintroduce, people of all generations to the inspirational, classical, spiritual literature of the ages. The following audiobook falls into that very select and important category. Here you will find ageless wisdom, timeless truisms, and unbounded inspiration from ancient Hindu texts such as the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Upanishads, and so many more from the voluminous Vedas of ancient India. We too examine the deepest truths of the Torah, the Christian scriptures, as well as the Quran, Tao Te Ching, the teachings of Confucius, Gautama Buddha, and even the great Zoroaster. Likewise, we contemplate the wisdom of contemporary teachers such as Meher Baba, Paramahansa Yogananda, Vivekananda, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, as well as Kihil Gibran, Swami Sachit Ananda, Baba Ramdas, and Terence McKenna, to name only a very few. Here we cast the net wide to include the humble parables of Jesus, the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, as well as legendary life-changing eternal avatars such as Sri Krishna, Lord Rama, Vishnu, Shiva, and the Buddha, to include the greatest insights of the ever-expanding spiritual universe. As a now old incredible string band song goes, may the long-time sun shine upon you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guide your way home. For Inner Lion Media, I'm Jagannatha Das.
Krishna is a Sanskrit word that means all attractive. The name Krishna conveys the full meaning of God, because God is all attractive. He is full of all opulences. In this world, we're attracted by a person who's very rich, famous, highly educated, beautiful. These are features of attraction, and when all these qualities are reposed in one person without any rival, that person is God. Unless God is all attractive, how can he be God? Krishna has all these opulences in full, and that is the full definition of God. Our process for understanding Krishna and coming closer to him is to chant his holy names. In chanting God's names, there's no loss, no harm, only great gain. By chanting, we gradually cleanse our heart and realize who and what God is. Actually, the purpose of human life is to know God. The special significance, special privilege of being human is that, unlike the animals, we can understand God. In fact, we are meant to understand God, and therefore, in every human society, there's some sort of religion. Every religion, whether Christianity or Judaism or Hinduism, is meant to understand God. The process may be different, the audience may be different, but the goal is the same: to understand God and come closer to Him. For example, those in the Christian, Muslim, and Jewish religions, as well as we Vaishnavas, all accept that God created this world. The concepts, God is the supreme, God is great, are accepted by everyone. The only difference is that we give details so that modern people who are advanced in education and scientific knowledge can understand. But the primary principle, to understand God, that God is great, we are tiny, we are subordinate to God, we are maintained by God. This idea is present in all religions.
His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada was born on September 1st, 1896. He was an Indian spiritual teacher and the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, or ISKCON. Born into an aristocratic Kshatriya family in Calcutta, he was educated at the Scottish Church College there. Before adopting the life of a novice renunciate, or vanaprastha, in 1950, he was married with children and owned a small pharmaceutical business. In 1959, he took a vow of renunciation, or sannyas, and started writing commentaries on Vaishnava scriptures. In his later years as a traveling Vaishnava monk, he became an influential communicator of Gaudiya Vaishnava theology in India, and specifically to the West through his leadership of ISKCON, or the Hare Krishna movement. As the founder of ISKCON, he emerged as a major figure of the Western counterculture, initiating thousands of young Americans. Srila Prabhupada was well regarded by religious scholars such as J. Stilson Judah, Harvey Cox, Larry Shin, and Thomas Hopkins. Religious leaders from other Gaudiya Vaishnava institutions have also given him credit for his great achievements. Srila Prabhupada has been described as a charismatic leader who was successful in acquiring followers in many countries, including the United States, Europe, and India. His mission was to propagate throughout the world Gaudiya Vaishnavism, which had been taught to him by his guru, His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. Following his death in 1977, ISKCON, the society he founded based upon Krishnaism, continued to grow. In February of 2014, ISKCON's news agency reported reaching a milestone of distributing over 500 million of his books since 1965. His profound translation and commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, titled The Bhagavad Gita as It Is considered by ISKCON adherents and many Vedic scholars globally as the finest, bona fide translation of Vaishnava literary works. Born the day after Janamastami, the birth date of Lord Krishna, one of the most important festivals, into a noble Kshatriya Bengali family in Calcutta, he was named Abhay Charan, or one who is fearless after taking shelter at the Lord's lotus feet. His parents were both devout Vaishnavas. In accordance with Bengali tradition, his mother had gone to the home of her parents for the birth, and only a few days later, Abhay returned with his parents to his home at 6 Banerjee Lane in Calcutta. Abhay received a European-style education at the Scottish Church College. The young man graduated in 1920 with majors in English, philosophy, and economics. He rejected his diploma in response to Gandhi's independence movement. When he was 22 years old, he married Radharani Devi, who was then 11 years old, in a marriage arranged by their parents. At 14, she gave birth to their first son. Once, Srila Prabhupada had gone to preach about Vaishnavism and Lord Krishna. His wife sold his manuscript to a bookseller in exchange for tea. Quite naturally, Prabhupada was not pleased, inspiring his wife to say in anger that she preferred tea over him. The enthusiastic young man tried his hardest to convince his wife to help him in his mission throughout his household life until 1950, but his wife was not interested. Srila Prabhupada was anxious to fulfill his spiritual master's order of giving the wonderful gift of Krishna consciousness to everyone. So one day, he decided to renounce the household and dedicated his life to humanity. In 1922, he first met his spiritual master, Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. It was then he was requested to spread the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the English language. In 1933, he became a formally initiated disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj. In 1944, from his front room, he started a publication called Back to Godhead, for which he was designer, publisher, editor, and distributor. He personally designed the logo, an effulgent figure of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the upper left corner with the motto, "Godhead is light, nescience is darkness." Prabhupada is a Sanskrit title, literally meaning, "He who has taken the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord." Prabhu means Lord, and Pad means taking shelter. This honorific name was used as a respectful form of address by his disciples from late 1967 onwards. Previous to this, his early disciples simply called him Swamiji. From 1950 onwards, he lived at the medieval Radha Damodar temple in the holy town of Vrindavan, where he began his commentary and translation work of the Sanskrit work Bhagavat Purana. Of all the notable temples in Vrindavan, the Radha Damodar Mandir had at the time the largest collection of copies of the original writings of the 6 Goswamis and their followers. More than 2,000 separate manuscripts, many of them 300 to 400 years old. His guru had always encouraged him to print books, and beholding his spiritual master, Abhay felt the words deeply enter into his own life. "If you ever get money, print books," referring to the need for the literary presentation of the elite Vaishnava culture. The Gaudiya Math in Mathura, Uttar Pradesh, was where he lived, wrote, and studied. It is also where he edited his magazine and where he donated a deity of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which stands on the altar beside those of Radha and Krishna. During his visit in September 1959, he entered the doors of this math dressed in white as Abhay Babu, but he left dressed in saffron as a Vaishnava renunciate or sannyasi. He took his renunciate vows from his friend and godbrother Bhakti Prajana Keshava. On becoming a sannyasi, he also took the title of Swami. He single-handedly published the 17-chapter first book of the Bhagavat Purana, filling 3 volumes of 400 pages each, enriched with a detailed commentary. The introduction to the first volume was a biographical sketch of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He then left India, obtaining a free passage on a freighter named the Jaladuta, with the aim and hope of fulfilling his spiritual master's instruction to preach Krishna consciousness in the Western world. In his possession was a single suitcase, an umbrella, a supply of dry cereal, and about $8 worth of Indian currency, as well as several boxes of his self-published book. Prabhupada's Jaladuta diary, kept between August 25, 1965, and the 30th of the same month, falls silent for 6 days. On the seventh day, August 31st, the silence is broken with three simple words. Passed over a great crisis on the struggle for life and death. When he sailed to the United States in 1965, his trip was not sponsored by any religious organization, nor was he met upon his arrival by a group of loyal followers. As the Indian freighter Jagannatha neared its destination, the magnitude of his intended task weighed heavily upon him. On the 13th of September, he wrote in his diary, "Today, I have disclosed my mind to my companion, the Lord Sri Krishna." On this occasion, and on a number of others, Prabhupada called on Krishna for help in his native Bengali. Examining these compositions, academics regard them as intimate records of his prayerful preparation for what lay ahead, and a view on how Bhaktivedanta Swami understood his own identity and mission. "I do not know why you have brought me here," he wrote. "Now you can do whatever you like with me. But I guess you have some business here, otherwise why would you bring me to this terrible place? How will I make them understand this message of Krishna consciousness? I am very unfortunate, unqualified, and most fallen. Therefore I am seeking your benediction so that I might convince them, for I am powerless to do so on my own." By journeying to the United States, he was attempting to fulfill the wish of his guru, possible only by the grace of his dear Lord Krishna. It was in July of 1966 that he brought global missionary Vaishnavism to the Western world, founding the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, or ISKCON, in New York City. He spent much of the last decade of his life setting up the institution. Since he was the society's leader, his personality and his management capabilities were responsible for much of ISKCON's growth and the great reach of his mission. When it was suggested to him at the time of founding ISKCON in '66, a broader term of God consciousness would be preferable to Krishna consciousness in the title, he rejected this recommendation, suggesting that the name of Krishna includes all other forms and concepts of God. After a group of devotees and a temple had been established in New York, another center was started in San Francisco in 1967. From there he traveled throughout America with his disciples, popularizing the movement through street chanting or sankirtan, book distribution, and public lectures. Once ISKCON was established in San Francisco, a small number of devotees from the temple were sent to London, England, where they came into contact with the Beatles. George Harrison took the greatest interest, spending a significant amount of time speaking with Prabhupada, and even producing a record with members of what became the London Radha Krishna Temple for the Beatles' Apple label. Over the years, his continuing leadership role took him around the world several times, setting up temples and communities on all continents. By the time of his death in Vrindavan in 1977, ISKCON had become an internationally known expression of Vaishnavism. Through his great mission, he followed and communicated the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and introduced Bhakti Yoga to an international audience. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada died on November 14, 1977, at the age of 81 in Vrindavan, India. His body was interned in the ISKCON Krishna Balaram Temple, in that holy, dusty, transcendental town of Vrindavan. Quotations from His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. If you sell diamonds, you cannot expect to have many customers. But a diamond is a diamond, even if there are no customers. A tree full of ripened fruit bows down naturally because of the weight of the fruits and its willingness to make its fruit accessible to others. Humility means that one should not be anxious to have the satisfaction of being honored by others. The beginning of all knowledge comes from humility. When a Krishna-conscious person is elevated to a responsible position, he never becomes puffed up. Similarly, a great soul in Krishna consciousness becomes humbler than the grass and bows down like the fruit trees, because such a person acts as the agent of Krishna. Therefore, he discharges his duty with great responsibility. When a pure devotee or a spiritual master speaks, what he says should be accepted as having been directly spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the Parampara system. One should not be happy or distressed over desirables or undesirables, knowing that such feelings are simply created by the mind. Books are the basis. Purity is the force. Preaching is the essence. Utility, the principle. To kill nothing, that is love. The artist draws a picture of a rose very nicely with all attention and artistic sense, and yet it does not become as perfect as the real rose. If that is the real fact, how can we say that the real rose has taken its shape without intelligence behind the beauty? It is better to be an outspoken atheist than a hypocrite. A single grain of devotion is far more valuable than tons of faithfulness. Our first duty is to satisfy the spiritual master who can arrange for the Lord's mercy. A common man must first begin to serve the spiritual master or devotee. Then, through the mercy of the devotee, the Lord will be satisfied. Unless one receives the dust of a devotee's lotus feet on one's head, there is no possibility of advancement. Unless one approaches a pure devotee, he cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra is enacted from the spiritual platform, and thus this sound vibration surpasses all lower strata of consciousness, namely sensual, mental, and intellectual. Be very humble, so that Krishna is happy with you. There is a word Christos in the Greek dictionary, and this word is supposed to be borrowed from the Sanskrit word Krishna, and Christ is derived from Christos. Anyone who is steady in his determination for the advanced stage of spiritual realization and can easily tolerate the onslaughts of distress and happiness is certainly a person eligible for liberation. Out of many millions of wandering living entities, one who is very fortunate gets an opportunity to associate with a bona fide spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. By the mercy of both Krishna and the spiritual master, such a person receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service or bhakti. Faith is unflinching trust in something divine. Indulgence in animal killing for the taste of the tongue is the grossest kind of ignorance. First, birth is from your parents. But real birth, real life, begins when one accepts a bona fide spiritual master and renders service unto him. Then the path is open for going back to home, back to Godhead, to live eternally in full knowledge and full bliss in association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, Lord Krishna. Actually, it doesn't matter, Christ or Krishna. The name is the same. In Kali Yuga, vice increases to such a point that at the termination of the Yuga, the Supreme Lord himself appears as the Kalki avatar. He then vanquishes the demons, saves his devotees, and commences another Satya Yuga. People are eating meat. As long as people eat meat, there will be war. And if a man eats meat, he will be sure to have illicit sex also. Materialistic people are sometimes called Sudras, or descendants of monkeys, due to their monkey-like intelligence. They do not care to know how the evolutionary process is taking place. Nor are they eager to know what will happen after they finish their small human lifespan. This is the attitude of Sudras. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, this Krishna consciousness movement, is trying to elevate Sudras to the Brahman platform so that they will know the real goal of life. Unfortunately, being overly attached to sense gratification, materialists are not serious in helping this movement. Instead, some of them try to suppress it. Thus, it is the business of monkeys to disturb the activities of the Brahmins. Following in the footsteps of Maharaj Pariksit, it is the duty of all executive heads of states to see that the principles of religion, namely austerity, cleanliness, mercy, and truthfulness, are established in the state. Gambling of all description, even a speculative business enterprise, is considered to be degrading, and when gambling is encouraged in the state, there is a complete disappearance of truthfulness. If the state is regulated by the above process, naturally there will be God consciousness everywhere. We have no hatred for anyone. But when one is demonic or atheistic, we should try to avoid their company. A preacher's business is to love God, to make friendship with the devotees, to enlighten the innocent, and to avoid the demons. The principles are thus that we shall follow. The topmost devotee sees everything in Krishna, and Krishna in everything. Think of Krishna always, and try to work sincerely, and everything will automatically come. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. One can attain salvation simply by chanting the holy names of the Lord. Lord Buddha saw the whole human race going to hell by animal killing. So he appeared to teach ahimsa, non-violence, being compassionate on the animals and human beings. In the Christian religion also it is clearly stated, "Thou shalt not kill." So everywhere animal killing is restricted. In no religion the unnecessary killing of animals is allowed, but nobody is caring for that. The killing process is increasing, and so is the reaction. Every 10 years you will find a war. These are the reactions. Religion without philosophy is sentiment, or sometimes fanaticism, while philosophy without religion is mental speculation. Anyone who is steady in his determination for the advanced stage of spiritual realization, and can equally tolerate the onslaughts of distress and happiness, is certainly a person eligible for liberation. Out of the many millions of wandering living entities, one who is very fortunate gets an opportunity to associate with the bona fide spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. By the mercy of both Krishna and the spiritual master, such a person receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service. Love of God is not an ordinary commodity. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was worshipped by Rupa Goswami because he distributed love of God, or Krishna Prem, to everyone. Rupa Goswami praised him as a great personality because he was freely distributing to everyone love of Godhead. which is achieved by wise men only after many, many births. Krishna Prem, Krishna consciousness, is the highest gift which can be bestowed upon anyone whom we presume to love. When one's relationship with the Supreme Lord is established, the next program is to act in that relationship. After executing such prescribed duties, when one attains the highest goal of life, love of Godhead, he achieves the fulfillment of his human mission. When I was registering this association in New York, some friend suggested that, why are you giving this name Krishna? Why not put the name God consciousness? Then, yes, I can give the name God consciousness. Then it will be confused. Because we want to preach Bhagavad Gita as it is. This is Krishna speaking. And we are trying to place this Krishna's teachings to the world. And not only that, Bhagavan, God, means Krishna. And if I give the name God instead of Krishna, that will bring some sort of competition to Krishna. That is not our purpose. Krishna means God. And if God has any perfect name, that is Krishna. Because Krishna means all attractive. God cannot be attractive for a certain person. God cannot be a Christian God or a Hindu God or a Muslim God. God is equally attractive for Hindus, Muslims, Christians, and Buddhists. If Hindus manufactured a God and Christians manufactured a God, that may be God, partially, but not the Supreme Lord. The Supreme God is Krishna. You are also God, and I am also God, and every one of us is God. Why? Because God means controller. So controller, every one of us is a controller to a certain extent, but not the complete controller. But Krishna means the complete controller. Serving, or seva, means developing love. So unless you develop your love for God, you cannot serve Him anywhere. Whenever you give some service, it is based upon love. Just like a mother is giving service to the helpless child. Why? Love. So similarly, our life will be perfect when our love is perfect, with the perfect Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then, everything is all right. Just like Lord Jesus Christ, He never advised economic development or industrial development or this or that, so many things. He sacrificed everything for God. That is one test, that here is a lover of God, and He was punished that you must stop this preaching, but He did not. So that is love of God. He sacrificed everything. So we say that you follow any religious path, it doesn't matter. We want to see whether you are a lover of God. This is our propaganda. And if one is serious about loving God, it doesn't matter in which way he'll develop that dormant love. Those who are bhakti yogis are in love with God, Krishna. They are seeing every moment within their hearts the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Anyone you love, you see always within your heart. Similarly, if you have love for God or Krishna, then you can see Krishna always. That is the yoga system. The ecstasy of separation from the spiritual master is even greater ecstasy than meeting with him. Love affairs in the material world are only shadows or reflections of a real love with Krishna. If you love Krishna in any capacity, you shall never be frustrated, because everything in Krishna is perfect, eternal, blissful, and full of knowledge. There are 4 classes of men: lazy intelligent, busy intelligent, lazy fool, and busy fool. First-class man is lazy intelligent. Busy fool is very dangerous. If Krishna wants to kill somebody, oh, nobody can protect him. And if God wants to protect him, oh, well, then nobody can kill him. In the spiritual world, there is competition for the best satisfaction of Krishna. Whatever Krishna said, that is good, and everything else is bad. Our confusion is now finished. 5 plus 5 is equal to 10. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. So Krishna plus everything is Vrindavan. Do not forget Krishna, and you will always be in Vrindavan. A snake can be charmed by herbs and mantra, but the man envious cannot be. Therefore, he is more dangerous than a snake. The life of material existence is just like hard wood. And if we can carve Krishna out of it, that is the success of life. Something has dropped in the water, in the river. You cannot see the things dropped within the water by agitating the water. Just stand still for some time. As soon as the water is settled, you'll see things as they are. So as soon as our enthusiasm is agitated, it is better to sit down in any temple suitable and chant Hare Krishna. There is no question of being disappointed. After all, we commit so many mistakes. That is human nature. To err is human. That is not a fault, but try to rectify it with a cool head. As your devotional service becomes mature, you shall see Krishna more and more, and more and more. You shall realize the qualities of the holy land of Vraj. These temples, they are just like an oasis in the desert for the conditioned souls to quench the thirst of their desire for real happiness. If you want perfection in your business, then you must try to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Otherwise, you are simply wasting your time. One man was scheduled to go to a fair, so he dressed himself very nicely. So dressing, in the meantime the fair is finished. That is science. All rascals, simply promising with no solution of any problem. You require water immediately. If we become Krishna conscious and chant Hare Krishna, there will be rainfall. And then even barren land will be fertile. They do not know this. Instead, they are importing water. We must all become ideal in our character, and then people will be very impressed with such purity. A devotee is faultless. He has no flaws. Cleopatra, you have heard the Egyptian history. She was very beautiful, and she conquered many great warriors. Beauty sometimes can conquer even the greatest man, but that does not mean that beauty can conquer God. To conquer God is bhakti. If you are advanced in devotional service, then you can conquer God, just like the gopis. You said that your job is Maya, but you must know that Maya is illusion. As soon as there is the absence of Krishna consciousness, that is Maya. But you are working just to help and push Krishna's interest. Therefore, it is not Maya. Anything used in Krishna consciousness is real renouncement. The more you cleanse the temple, the more you decorate the deity, the more your heart becomes cleansed, and soon you will become spiritually decorated yourself. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Spiritual anxiety means you are advancing in spiritual life, and material anxiety means you are going downhill. Maya is so strong that as soon as I am sitting in a solitary place, then I'll think of money and women. Therefore, we should live always in the assembly of devotees and chant Hare Krishna and save ourselves from the danger of material fall-downs. When we are children, innocent, we have no bad habits. But as we grow and associate with bad company, we also acquire all of those bad habits. To give up all these bad habits means that we have to associate with sadhus or devotees, saintly persons. Then we can give it up. These are called anarthas, or giving up all bad habits. A devotee always accepts his distress as minimized by God's mercy. Anyone who accepts this philosophy of God's mercy and suffering and still makes progress in Krishna consciousness, it is said that he is sure to go back to home, back to Godhead. The spiritual master and Krishna are two parallel lines. The train on two tracks moves forward. The spiritual master and Krishna are like these two tracks. They must be served simultaneously. Krishna helps one to find the bona fide spiritual master, and the bona fide spiritual master helps one to understand Krishna. If one does not get a bona fide spiritual master, then how can he ever understand Krishna? You cannot serve Krishna without the spiritual master, or serve the spiritual master without serving Krishna. In God's creation there is male and female, even in the spiritual world, and there is purpose for such a creation. The purpose is so that the male and female may join together, not for sex life, but to glorify the Lord. In Vaikuntha, the women are much more beautiful in their figure, smiling, dressing, etc. But the men and women there are so much attracted by the chanting of Hare Krishna that they do not get any sex impulse, even by intimate mingling. Suicide is never justified. It is a violation of nature's law. Nature gives you a certain type of body to live in for a certain number of days, and suicide means you go against the law of nature. You untimely stop the duration of life. Therefore, he becomes a criminal. Suicide is criminal, even in ordinary state law. One cannot commit suicide. Women are by nature endowed with many artistic tendencies, and from the Vedic age we will find high-grade women and girls were highly qualified in 64 arts. Srimati Radharani was fully qualified in those arts, and therefore, by her super excellent transcendental qualities, she could charm Krishna.
Chapter 1. Introduction. The majesty and mystery of the incarnations of Godhead. In order to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as re-establish the principles of religion, I advent myself millennium after millennium. Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita. The incarnations of Godhead descend from the kingdom of God for material manifestation. Such incarnations are situated in the spiritual world, the kingdom of God. When they descend to the material creation, they assume the name Avatar. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. The Das Avatars are 10 primary incarnations of Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna is said to descend in an avataric form to restore the cosmic order and for his divine pleasure. The list of the avatars mentioned in the Puranas and other Vedic texts include Matsya, the fish incarnation who saves the Vedas. Kurma, the tortoise incarnation holding a great hill on his back. Varaha, the boar incarnation, who is fighting with the demon Hiranyaksha. Nishinga, the lion incarnation, who kills the demon Hiranyakashipu. Vaman, the clever dwarf incarnation, who is begging some land from the great king Bali. Parasurama, who kills the demon kings. Ramachandra, who goes into exile with his wife Sita and brother Lakshman. Krishna, who is lifting Govardhan hill, and beside him is his brother Balaram. Gautama Buddha, who comes to restore Vedic principles. Balki, riding on his white horse, killing all the demons and thus liberating them. The Vedas are a 5,000-year-old esoteric, intriguing, mystical body of work that carries within it the seed of divine, transcendental knowledge. Chapter 2. The 24 Avatars. Although it is generally regarded that there are 10 chief avatars of Krishna, the Bhagavad Purana goes on to give an alternate list, wherein it numerically lists 23 avatars in chapter 1.3. The 4 Kumaras, the 4 sons of Brahma, who exemplify the path of devotion. Varaha, the divine boar who lifts earth from the cosmic waters. Narada, the divine sage who travels the worlds as a devotee of Krishna. Narayan, the twin sages. Kapila, a renowned sage spoken of in the Mahabharata, the son of Kardama Muni and Devahuti, and sometimes identified with the founder of the Samkhya school of philosophy. Dattatreya, the combined avatar of the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. He was born to the sage Arti and became a great seer himself. Yagna, the lord of fire sacrifice, who was also previously Indra, the Lord of Heaven. Rishabha, the father of Bharata Chakravartin and Baubali. Prithu, the sovereign king who milked the earth as a cow to get the world's grain and vegetation, and also invented agriculture. Matsya, a divine fish who guided Manu's ark during the deluge, and also killed the demon Harigriva. A giant tortoise who balances Mount Mandara atop his body during the churning of the cosmic milk ocean. Dhanvantari, the father of Ayurvedic medicine and a physician to the Devas. Mohini, the enchantress. Nishinga, the man-lion who kills the demon Hiranyakashipu. Vaman, the dwarf Brahmin who takes the 3 worlds from Bali Maharaj and thus purifies him. Parasuram, the Brahmin warrior with a great axe. Vyas, the compiler of the scriptures, Vedas, and writer of the scriptures Puranas and the epic Mahabharata. Balaram, the elder brother of Krishna. Krishna, the transcendental cowherd, and the subject of the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the golden avatar of West Bengal. Garuda, of the Garuda Purana. Kalki, the divine lawgiver. Chapter 3. Krishna is the source of all incarnations.
Sutta said, in the beginning of the creation, the Lord first expanded himself in the universal form of the Purusha incarnation and manifested all the ingredients for the material creation. And thus at first there was the creation of the 16 principles of material action. This was for the purpose of creating the material universe. A part of the Purusha lies down within the water of the universe. From the navel lake of his body sprouts a lotus stem, and from the lotus flower atop this stem, Brahma, the master of all engineers in the universe, becomes manifest. It is believed that all the universal planetary systems are situated on the extensive body of the Purusha, but he has nothing to do with the created material ingredients. His body is eternally in spiritual existence, par excellence. The devotees, with their perfect eyes, see the transcendental form of the Purusha, who has thousands of legs, thighs, arms, and faces, all extraordinary. In that body there are thousands of heads, ears, eyes, and noses. They are decorated with thousands of helmets and glowing earrings, and are adorned with garlands. This form, the second manifestation of the Purusha, is the source and indestructible seed of multifarious incarnations within the universe. From the particles and portions of this form, different living entities, like demigods, men, and others, are created. First of all, in the beginning of creation, there were the 4 unmarried sons of Brahma, the Kumaras, who, being situated in a vow of celibacy, underwent severe austerities for realization of the absolute truth. The supreme enjoyer of all sacrifices accepted the incarnation of a boar, the second incarnation, and for the welfare of the earth, he lifted the earth from the nether regions of the universe. In the millennium of the rishis, the personality of Godhead accepted the third empowered incarnation in the form of Devarshi Narada, who is a great sage among the demigods. He collected expositions of the Vedas, which deal with devotional service and which inspire non-fruitive action. In the fourth incarnation, the Lord became Nara and Narayan, the twin sons of the wife of King Dharma. Thus he undertook severe and exemplary penances to control the senses. The fifth incarnation, named Lord Kapila, is foremost among perfected beings. He gave an exposition of the creative elements and metaphysics to Asuri Brahman, for in course of time this knowledge had been lost. The sixth incarnation of the Purusha was the son of the sage Atri. He was born from the womb of Anasuya, who prayed for an incarnation. He spoke on the subject of transcendence to Alarka, Prahlad, and others, Yadu, Haihaya, etc. The seventh incarnation was Yagna, the son of Prajapati Ruchi and his wife Akuti. He controlled the period during the change of the Swayambhuva Manu, and was assisted by demigods such as his son Yama. The eighth incarnation was King Rishab, the son of King Nabi and his wife Merudevi. In this incarnation, the Lord showed the path of perfection, which is followed by those who have fully controlled their senses and who are honored by all orders of life. O Brahmins, in the ninth incarnation, the Lord, prayed for by sages, accepted the body of a king, Prithu, who cultivated the land to yield various produces, and for that reason the earth was beautiful and attractive. When there was a complete inundation after the period of the Chakshusha Manu, and the whole world was deep within water, the Lord accepted the form of a fish and protected Vaivasvata Manu, keeping him up on a boat. The 11th incarnation of the Lord took the form of a tortoise, whose shell served as a pivot for the Mandarachala hill, which was being used as a churning rod by the theists and atheists of the universe. In the 12th incarnation, the Lord appeared as Dhanvantari, and in the 13th, he allured the atheists by the charming beauty of a woman and gave nectar to the demigods to drink. In the 14th incarnation, the Lord appeared as Nrsimha and bifurcated the strong body of the atheist Hiranyakashipu with his nails, just as a carpenter pierces cane. In the 15th incarnation, the Lord assumed the form of a dwarf Brahmin, Vamana, and visited the arena of sacrifice arranged by Maharaj Bali. Although at heart he was willing to regain the kingdom of the 3 planetary systems, he simply asked for a donation of 3 steps of land. In the 16th incarnation of the Godhead, the Lord, as Bhrigupati, annihilated the administrative class, or the Kshatriyas, 21 times, being angry with them because of their rebellion against the Brahmins, the intelligent class. Thereafter, in the 17th incarnation of Godhead, Sri Vyasadeva appeared in the womb of Satyavati through Parashara Muni, and he divided the one Veda into several branches and sub-branches, seeing that the people in general were less intelligent. In the 18th incarnation, the Lord appeared as King Ram. In order to perform some pleasing work for the demigods, he exhibited superhuman powers by controlling the Indian Ocean and then killing the atheist King Ravana, who was on the other side of the sea. In the 19th and 20th incarnations, the Lord advented himself as Lord Balaram and Lord Krishna in the family of Vrishni, the Yadu dynasty, and by so doing, he removed the burden of the world. Then in the beginning of Kali Yuga, the Lord will appear as Lord Buddha, the son of Anjana, in the province of Gaya, just for the purpose of deluding those who are envious of the faithful theist. Thereafter, at the conjunction of 2 yugas, the Lord of the creation will take his birth as the Kalki incarnation and become the son of Vishnu Yasha. At this time, the rulers of the earth will have degenerated into plunderers. O Brahmins, the incarnations of the Lord are innumerable, like rivulets flowing from inexhaustible sources of water. All the rishis, manus, demigods, and descendants of Manu, who are especially powerful, are plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord. This also includes the Prajapatis. All of the above-mentioned incarnations are either plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord. But Lord Sri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead. All of them appear on planets whenever there is a disturbance created by the atheists. The Lord incarnates to protect the theists. Whoever carefully recites the mysterious appearances of the Lord with devotion in the morning and in the evening gets relief from all miseries of life. The conception of the Virat universal form of the Lord as appearing in the material world is imaginary. It is to enable the less intelligent and neophytes to adjust to the idea of the Lord's having form. But factually, the Lord has no material form. Clouds and dust are carried by the air, but less intelligent persons say that the sky is cloudy and the air is dirty. Similarly, they also implant material bodily conceptions on the spirit's self. Beyond this gross conception of form is another, subtle conception of form, which is without formal shape and is unseen, unheard, and unmanifest. The living being has his form beyond this subtlety. Otherwise, he could not have repeated births. Whenever a person experiences, by self-realization, that both the gross and subtle bodies have nothing to do with the pure self, at that time he sees himself as well as the Lord. If the illusory energy subsides and the living entity becomes fully enriched with knowledge by the grace of the Lord, then he becomes at once enlightened with self-realization and thus becomes situated in his own glory. Thus, learned men describe the births and activities of the unborn and inactive, which is undiscoverable even in the Vedic literatures. He is the Lord of the heart. The Lord, whose activities are always spotless, is the master of the 6 senses and is fully omnipotent with 6 opulences. He creates the manifested universes, maintains them, and annihilates them without being in the least affected. He is within every living being and is always independent. The foolish with a poor fund of knowledge cannot know the transcendental nature of the forms, names, and activities of the Lord, who is playing like an actor in a drama. Nor can they express such things, neither in their speculations nor in their words. Only those who render unreserved, uninterrupted, favorable service unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who carries the wheel of the chariot in his hand, can know the Creator of the universe in his full glory, power, and transcendence. Only by making such inquiries in this world can one be successful and perfectly cognizant, for such inquiries invoke transcendental ecstatic love unto the personality of Godhead, who is the proprietor of all the universes, and guarantee cent% immunity from the dreadful repetition of birth and death. This Srimad Bhagavatam is the literary incarnation of God, and it is compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, the incarnation of God. It is meant for the ultimate good of all people, and it is all successful, all blissful, and all perfect. Sri Vyasadeva delivered it to his son, who is the most respected among the self-realized, after extracting the cream of all Vedic literatures and histories of the universe. Shukadeva Goswami, the son of Vyasadeva, in his turn, delivered the Bhagavatam to the great Emperor Parikshit, who sat surrounded by sages on the bank of the Ganges, awaiting death without taking food or drink. This Bhagavat Purana is as brilliant as the sun, and it has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in the age of Kali shall get light from this Purana. O learned Brahmins, when Shukadeva Goswami recited Bhagavatam there in the presence of Emperor Parikshit, I heard him with rapt attention, and thus, by his mercy, I learned the Bhagavatam from that great and powerful sage. Now I shall try to make you hear the very same thing, as I learned it from him and as I have realized it.
Chapter 4 Vishnu, the Sustainer. Vishnu is a form of the Supreme Person. He is an extraordinarily beautiful male with a dark bluish complexion, decorated with dazzling spiritual gems, and 4 hands holding a club, conch shell, chakra, disc, and lotus flower. When Krishna, the original personality of Godhead, wishes to create the material world, he expands himself into 3 Vishnu forms to do so. Mahavishnu creates innumerable universes. Garbhodakshay Vishnu enters each universe and creates all the planetary systems. Kshirodaksha Vishnu enters the hearts of all beings, as well as into each atom of the universe. Krishna explains that the ultimate goal of the mystic yoga system is to fix one's mind upon the form of Vishnu within the heart. By doing so, one can transfer himself to the spiritual world, which is beyond all material universes. The unique form of Vishnu presides over each planet there and is eternally served with great reverence and affection by countless devotees. The first tier of universal management consists of 3 executive heads. Krishna's first expansion for the creation is Mahavishnu, who begins by manifesting the material elements from his transcendental body. God and his energy are like the sun and the sunshine, which exist simultaneously, although one is the origin of the other. Both God and the material energy are eternal, and yet God is the source of the material energy. Vishnu is in charge of primary creation, as well as maintenance and the mode of goodness. Brahma is in charge of secondary creation and the mode of passion. Shiva is in charge of destruction and the mode of ignorance. Krishna's first expansion for the creation is Mahavishnu. From the material elements, Mahavishnu produces not one, but innumerable universes, or hollow spheres. The lower half is filled with water, and the upper half is, at least initially, empty. Our particular universe is the smallest of all the universes, and yet the space inside the shell measures 4 billion miles in diameter, when the shell itself is billions of miles thick. Mahavishnu expands his personality and enters each universe as Garbhodaksha Vishnu. Garbhodaksha Vishnu then generates Brahma, the first living entity in the universe. Within each of the innumerable universes, Garbhodaksha Vishnu expands as Kshirodaksha Vishnu, who then expands himself unlimitedly to enter the hearts of all living entities in his particular universe. This expansion of Krishna is known as Paramatma, the Supersoul, who accompanies each Jiva soul in his search for material pleasure. The Supersoul directs the Jiva's search by supplying them with memory, knowledge, and forgetfulness. At death, the Jiva soul is taken from his present body and prepared for his next birth in one of 8,400,000 species. All of this is arranged by the Lord in the heart. The human body is just suitable for austerity, self-realization, and reawakening Krishna consciousness. But if a human being acts and desires like an animal, he is allowed in his next life to enjoy in the body of an animal. In marked contrast to the Jiva soul, the Supersoul, although situated within the material body, is never controlled by a desire to enjoy matter. Krishna and his expansions are the controllers of the material energy, whereas the Jiva, as long as he desires to forget Krishna, is controlled by the same energy. The Jiva soul and the Supersoul are compared to 2 birds sitting in the same tree of the body. One bird, the Jiva, tries to enjoy the fruits on the tree, material pleasures, forgetting the other bird, the Supersoul, who is patiently watching. The Supersoul observes and directs the Jiva's activities, unaffected by material desire. Only the Jiva souls assume material bodies and thus try to enjoy matter. Lord Brahma lives for 1 breath of Mahavishnu. When Mahavishnu exhales, the material elements and universes emanate from him. And when he inhales, the universes are destroyed and merge back into his body. Thus, the universes and their respective Brahmas are created and destroyed with every breath of Mahavishnu. The entire cycle, 1 breath of Mahavishnu, or one lifetime of Brahma, takes 310 trillion solar years. Brahma's life is half over at present, which means that this universe has existed along with all of the species for 155 trillion years. When Vishnu appears in the material world, he comes to deliver the conditioned beings who are under the material energy. Such living beings appear in the material energy with the intentions of being lords, and thus they become entrapped by the three modes of nature. As such, the living entities have to change their material coverings for undergoing different types of imprisonment. The prison house of the material world is created by Brahma under the instructions of the personality of Godhead, and at the conclusion of a kalpa, equal to 1 day of Brahma, the whole thing is destroyed by Shiva. But as far as maintenance of the prison house is concerned, it is done by Vishnu, as much as the state prison house is maintained by the state. Anyone, therefore, who wishes to get out of this prison house of material existence, which is full of miseries like the repetition of birth, death, disease, and old age, must please Lord Vishnu for such liberation. Lord Vishnu is worshipped by devotional service only, and if anyone has to continue their prison life in the material world, he may ask for relative facilities for temporary relief from the different demigods like Shiva, Brahma, Indra, and Varuna. Sri Krishna's ability to expand himself is inconceivable, beyond the range of ordinary logic. It is inconceivable only in that we human beings cannot do it, and have not seen anyone else do it. Therefore, accepting that God is all-powerful, nothing he does is inconceivable. Rather, his apparently inconceivable attributes serve as testimony to his omniscience. Therefore, the Vedic literature, by describing Krishna's attributes in detail, does not preclude a logical approach to understanding the Supreme Lord, but rather draws our use of logic onto a higher, transcendental platform. We might also wonder how Krishna's expansion of the mighty Mahavishnu could perform the gigantic act of creating all the material elements without becoming totally depleted, dispersing himself into the elemental creation. Materially, when we take something from a particular source, we gradually exhaust that source. Withdraw money from your bank account, and the balance goes down. Pour water from a glass, and the glass empties. Take milk from a cow, and the cow gradually dries up, unless she can replenish her supply from a pasture or feed bin. Since God is by definition the source of everything, there is nothing outside of him to replenish him. So what happens to Mahavishnu when he creates the material elements from himself? Mahavishnu is ever unaffected and unchanged, even while supplying an unlimited quantity of elements. How could this be? Because the depletion and exhaustion are properties of matter. Mahavishnu, however, is not matter, but pure spirit, and therefore he has no material properties. He produces the complete cosmic manifestation from his own form, yet remains perfect and complete. As Krishna expands into Mahavishnu without changing his form or identity, so Mahavishnu creates the material elements, yet remains complete in himself. Although Lord Brahma is an eternal individual person, he is not a plenary expansion of the Lord. He, like you and me, is a Jiva Tattva expansion, in quality equal with Krishna, but qualitatively minute. The Jiva Tattva expansions are part and parcel of Krishna, to be sure, and as such, their eternal, blissful function is to render loving service unto Him. In fact, they have no other function, just as a finger has no function other than to render service to the entire body. When the Jiva souls are separated from the eternal service of Lord Krishna, they lose their eternal, blissful nature, just as a finger loses its very life when severed from the body. Before coming to the material creation, the Jiva souls live in the eternal, spiritual world, which lies far beyond the material universes. There, they act in their relationships as servants, friends, and associates of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Since these relationships with Krishna are based solely upon love, however, the Jiva souls have a minute degree of independence. They can choose to remain subordinate to the all-powerful Supreme Person, or they can desire to neglect His service and become independent lords themselves. Without this choice, this freedom to serve or not to serve, there is no question of loving God, since love is necessary as an act of free will. A minority of Jiva souls, misusing their independence, desire to enjoy life without Krishna. It is to fulfill, as well as to reform, this unnatural desire of a relatively small number of jivas that Lord Krishna creates the material world. Walled within the shells of the material universes, the independently minded jivas are awarded bodies in any of the millions of species that are allowed to forget their eternal life of bliss and knowledge with Krishna. A jiva soul is situated in each living body, just as a driver is situated in an automobile. The driver is different from his car, although he directs its movements. Similarly, the jiva soul, although doggedly trying to enjoy a body made of the material elements, earth, water, fire, air, and ether, is quite separate from it. Each kind of body, from the microbe to the human being, affords the jiva a particular kind of sense enjoyment, a different means for trying to satisfy his godless longings. Vishnu is one of the Trimurti. He presides over the Satogun, the quality of goodness, and is the maintainer and sustainer. He is also one of the three main focuses of worship. Vishnu resides in the spiritual realm, Vaikuntha Loka, where he is known as Narayan. In this world, he has three principal forms. 1. The soul of the entire creation, Mahavishnu, as he lies in the causal ocean on the ocean of milk. The innumerable universes emanate from the pores of his body and from his breathing. 2. The soul of the universe, Garbhodaksha Vishnu. Lord Brahma, the creator, is born atop a lotus which emanates from Vishnu's navel. 3. The soul within the heart of every living entity, and within each and every atom. The Antaryami, the Lord within. Vishnu's consort is Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. His carrier is the giant eagle Garuda. He also lies on a couch in the form of the giant many-headed serpent Anantasesha. Vishnu's color is blue. Some say that sky blue represents his all-pervading nature. Others say that this is his factual ontological color. In his forearms, Vishnu carries 4 symbols. The club and discus weapon, or Shudasan chakra, are for the Lord's enemies, i.e., those who transgress dharma and the laws of nature. The discus, with 1,000 spokes, represents the wheel of time, Kala chakra. The lotus and the conch shell are to give pleasure to the Lord's devotees. Vishnu is most often worshipped through his incarnations, most notably Krishna and Rama. He is often venerated with his consort, as in Lakshmi Narayan, Radha Krishna, and Sita Ram. Once upon a time, Vishnu had 3 wives, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Ganga. They used to happily stay together with him in Vishnu Lok. Once, Ganga happened to stare at Vishnu with an amorous smile. Vishnu smiled back when he noticed her mischievous smile. Though Lakshmi did not react to this exchange, it did not go well with Saraswati. Furiously, she accused Vishnu of being more devoted and loving towards the other 2. She also blamed Lakshmi for being partial towards Ganga. When Vishnu walked out of the hall, she also confronted Ganga directly. Calling her shameless and desperate, Saraswati vowed to teach Ganga a lesson. As she came forward to hold Ganga by her hair, Lakshmi tried to stop Saraswati by holding her. Saraswati was livid and cursed Lakshmi to become a tree and a river. Lakshmi at once became a tree and a river. She became dejected, but did not retaliate. Seeing the plight of Lakshmi, Ganga cursed Saraswati to be born as a river upon the earth, where the sins of Kali Yuga would afflict her. A further infuriated Saraswati inflicted the same curse upon Ganga as well. When Vishnu came to know of this fight and exchange of curses, he decided to intervene in such a way that the curses given by the goddesses became true, yet they did not become too troublesome for the divine women. He sent Lakshmi to the palace of Dharmavidya as his non-biological daughter Tulsi. Tulsi was to be married to Shankachuda, born out of the Amsha of Vishnu, thus partially reuniting with him. She would be the purifier of all the 3 worlds, and be dear to Vishnu forever. She was also to become the river Padmavati. Ganga too was told to become a river. The 2 rivers would be considered pious and would free men from their sins. They in their river forms would unite with Vishnu in his ocean form. Ganga was instructed to be married to King Shantanu, who was also born from another Amsa of Vishnu. Vishnu declared that the irritable and fighting Saraswati should become a river as cursed by Ganga. He did not, however, suggest any reunion with her in any form. Both Saraswati and Ganga are driven away from Vishnu Lok. Saraswati is sent to Brahmalok to become the wife of Brahmadev. Ganga is sent to Shivalok to be his wife. Only the pious, peaceful, and pardoning Lakshmi is allowed to stay in Vishnu Lok as his beloved wife. Vishnu clearly stated that one who has multiple wives becomes devoid of fame and fortune. He is as good as dead, even if he lives long. A person with a single wife is always happy. One who is blessed with a devoted and peaceful wife like Lakshmi acquires divine happiness, dharma, as well as moksha. This resulted in all the three goddesses weeping for an antidote to this horrible curse. They did not want to be away from him for long. Lakshmi, especially, pleaded on behalf of her co-wives. Pleased with her devotion, he recommended being away in their respective amshas, and be in Vishnu Lok in Amsha. They would be freed from the sins of Kali Yuga whenever virtuous devotees bathe in their waters. And after 5,000 years of Kali Yuga, they shall return to the abode of Vishnu in their full glory. Chapter 5. Harigriva, the Horse. Lord Harigriva is an avatar of Lord Vishnu. He is worshipped as the god of knowledge and wisdom, with a human body and a horse's head. Brilliant white in color, with white garments and seated upon a white lotus. Symbolically, the story represents the triumph of pure knowledge, guided by the hand of divinity, over the demonic forces of passion and darkness. Harigriva is one of the prominent deities in the Vedic tradition. His blessings are sought when beginning study of both sacred and secular subjects. Special worship is conducted on the day of the full moon in August. He has 4 hands, with one in the mode of bestowing knowledge, another holds books of wisdom, and the 2 other hold the conch and the disc. His beauty, like fresh cut crystal, is an auspicious brilliance which never decays. May this Lord of Speech, who showers such cooling rays of grace on me, be forever manifest in my heart. Harigriva's body is the color of the sun at dawn. He wears flaming effulgence and skulls as a garland. His nails are long and sharp. His face shows a pair of bare tiger fangs. His hair is that of a burning lion's mane. He is awesomely powerful and fierce. He is just like a horse jewel that wanders the 4 continents, nowhere, and never does he rest, having all the great and terrible force of all the Buddhas. This is his nature, and therefore he possesses this terrible and almighty light. Amidst the greatest obstacles of death and evil, he is without the slightest care for his own welfare. His conspicuous and uncommon gallantry and wrath is legendary among the gods, and therefore he easily and quickly vanquishes all who oppose him. Many others may submit to him at first sight. This is because, though he is fierce and terrible, his heart is full of compassion. From the Harigriva Stotram. The horse avatar of Vishnu is seen as pulling the sun up to the heavens every day, bringing light to darkness. Harigriva's consort is an incarnation of goddess Lakshmi and the goddess of the rising sun, more accurately, the sun's light, which is the life force of all things, and which is seen as the female aspect of Harigriva. In several other sources, he is a white horse who pulls the sun into the sky every morning. In other Vedic scriptures, Vishnu appears as a great ferocious warrior called Harigriva. When he comes to their aid, it says, Harigriva appears in his chariot, drawn by 1,000 powerful steeds, crushing the enemies of the gods beneath him. There are many other references to Harigriva throughout the Mahabharata. It is said that Vishnu comes from battle as a conqueror in the magnificent mystic form of the great and terrible Harigriva. the great Harigriva, having been praised in this way by the different saints and ascetics, assumes a great white horse's head. The mantras made up his shape, his body built of all the great gods. In the middle of his head was Shiva. In his heart was Brahma, the god of heaven. The rays of sun were his mane, the sun and moon his eyes. The satyas were his legs, and in all of his bones were the gods. Agni, the god of fire, was his tongue. The goddess Satya, his speech, while his knees were formed by Varuna. Having witnessed this awesome form, a wonder to behold even to the gods, he vanquished the demonic asuras and cast them down, with eyes that were red with anger. Invariably, Harigriva is depicted seated, most often with his right hand either blessing the supplicant or in the mudra pose of teaching. The right hand usually holds a mala or rosary, indicating his identification with meditative knowledge. In his left hand, he holds a book, indicating his role as a teacher or guru. His face is always serene and peaceful, if not smiling. Harigriva is sometimes worshipped in a solitary pose of meditation. This form is known as Yoga Harigriva. However, he is most commonly worshipped along with his consort Lakshmi, and is known as Lakshmi Harigriva. Having compassed the destruction of two asuras and restored the Vedas to Brahma, the Supreme Being dispelled the grief of Brahma. Aided then by Hari and assisted by the Vedas, Brahma created all the worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures. After this, Hari, granting unto the grandsire intelligence of the foremost order relating to the creation, disappeared there and then for going to the place from which he had come. During creation, it is said that two great demons stole the Vedas from Brahma, and Vishnu then took the Harigriva form to recover them. The two bodies of the demons disintegrated into 12 pieces, 2 heads, 2 torsos, 4 arms, and 4 legs. Yet another story has it that during the creation, Vishnu compiled the Vedas in the Harigriva form. Harigriva is one of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu from the Srimad Bhagavatam, and Akura's prayers contain Harigriva's name when he had a vision whilst bathing in the sacred Yamuna River. The sacred Srimad Bhagavatam describes numerous pastimes wherein the Lord, manifesting as Matsya Avatar, or Lord Harigriva, comes to kill a demon who has stolen the Vedas. Both Matsya and Harigriva avatars are said to have killed the demon Anjana, but in another pastime, the demon himself was named Harigriva, and he was slain by Matsya. These are the mysteries of the ancient Vedic world. Srimad Bhagavatam 8:24-57. Lord Harigriva. At the end of each kalpa, when the demon Anjana steals the Vedic knowledge, Lord Harigriva appears and preserves it. Then he delivers it to Lord Brahma. At the end of the millennium, ignorance personified assumed the form of a demon who stole all of the Vedas and took them down to the planet of Rasthala. The Supreme Lord, however, in the form of Harigriva, retrieved the Vedas and returned them to Lord Brahma when he begged for them. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord, whose determination never fails. Purport. Although Vedic knowledge is imperishable, within this material world it is sometimes manifest and sometimes not. When the people of this material world become too absorbed in ignorance, the Vedic knowledge disappears. Lord Harigreva, or Lord Matsya, however, always protects the Vedic knowledge, and in due course of time it is again distributed through the medium of Lord Brahma. Brahma is the trustworthy representation of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, when he again asked for the treasure of Vedic knowledge, the Lord fulfilled his desire. All glories to Lord Harigreva, the fierce, wonderful, and transcendental incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chapter 6. Matsya, the Fish. Das Avatar, the 10 incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Incarnation 1. Matsya, the Fish. Incarnation 2. Kurma, the Turtle. Incarnation 3. Varaha, the Boar. Incarnation 4. Nishinga, the Man-Lion. Incarnation 5. Vaman, the Dwarf. Incarnation 6. Parasuram, the Warrior. Incarnation 7. Rama, the Monarch. Incarnation 8. Balaram, the Cowherd. Incarnation 9. Buddha, the Teacher. Incarnation 10. Kalki, the Slayer. Incarnation 1. Matsya, the Fish. A long time ago, a very good and religious king ruled the entire world. He was Emperor Satyarata. One day, while the king was bathing in the river, he scooped up some clear water into the palms of his hands. He saw there a tiny fish and immediately dropped it back into the water. Then he heard a soft voice crying, "My dear king, why are you throwing me back when there are bigger fish who will eat me? I am afraid of them. Please, help me." Astonished at this talking fish, the king put it in a jug and then returned to his palace. The next morning, when the king went to see the fish, he was astonished to see that it had grown. It was now nearly as big as the jug. The fish said, "My dear king, I do not like living in this water pot. It is too small. Please find me somewhere more comfortable." The king took the fish, called Matsya, and put him in a huge well in his palace garden. Within a few moments, he grew and grew until he was feeling very cramped by the walls of the well. Again, he asked the king to find him a larger home. The king then took him to a nearby pond, but Matsya kept on growing. The king put him in the largest lake he could find. But when even that was not big enough, he decided to take him to the seashore. As Emperor Satyarata was putting the fish into the ocean, he heard it exclaim, "O hero, there are many powerful and dangerous sharks in this ocean who will eat me alive. Do not throw me in here." Hearing this, the king cried out, "How is it that you can speak? You are but a fish. Who are you? You must be an incarnation of the Godhead. My lord, I wish to know why you have taken this humble form. Please, tell me." When the king spoke in this way, Matsya replied, "O Emperor, your devotion has pleased me. Thus I have revealed myself to you in the form of a fish. Now please listen carefully as I tell you why. This universe is not eternal. It will not last forever. Everything in this world is temporary. By my arrangement, on the 7th day from today, the whole universe will flood with water. When all the planets are flooded, a huge boat sent by me will appear before you. I want you to collect all different types of herbs and seeds and load them onto the boat. Then, along with 7 holy men and all the different animals and other living beings, you should board the ship. You should not be disheartened. Even the sun and moon will become very dim. The only light will be from the halos of the 7 saints. When the powerful winds toss your boat, tie it to my horn. Together we will travel over the waters until the storm has abated. During that time, I will instruct you as to the knowledge of the Vedas. These sacred books reveal all mysteries of the universe. Thus, you will know everything about me and my creation." After instructing the king, Matsya swam away into the middle of the ocean, and the king waited. Exactly 1 week later, huge, inky blue clouds gathered and rolled in the sky. Unending rain began to pour as thick as pillars. Gradually, all of the rivers overflowed onto the land. As the king remembered the order of the Lord, he saw a massive boat floating towards him. After loading the varieties of seeds, herbs, and creepers, the king boarded the boat with the 7 saints and all of the living creatures. Fierce gales tossed the boat to and fro, but the king was not afraid as he remembered the Lord. Suddenly, against the black and stormy sky, he saw the gigantic golden form of Lord Matsya swimming towards him. The emperor anchored the boat to Matsya's horn. Then he offered prayers to the Lord. Lord Matsya, swimming in the huge waves pulling the boat, began to explain the wisdom of the Vedas. The king and the saints all listened attentively. The Lord taught them how this universe, with all its planets, was created. He explained how it remained for some time, and how eventually it will all be destroyed. After this destruction, another creation follows, going on repeatedly, just like the seasons follow one another year after year. He further explained that the soul lives forever, even though the body must die. And finally, he taught that by serving him everyone can be happy and live eternally in the spiritual world. Upon hearing the words of the divine person in his form as a huge fish, the king and the saints all became peaceful and happy. Thus, they developed true love of God. Later, these teachings of Lord Matsya became part of the Vedic scriptures. Since then, many saints have spent their lives studying these books. In this way, they have tried to become perfect human beings by loving God and loving all of His creatures. Chapter 7. Kurma, the Tortoise. Once, a saint, Durvasa, was walking down the road, and he saw the king of the demigods, Indra, on the back of his white elephant. He smiled, and taking a garland of marigolds from around his neck, offered it to the king. Indra, however, was too proud of his wealth and power. He took the garland, and without respect for the sage, placed it upon the trunk of his elephant. The creature immediately dashed the garland to the ground. His face red with anger, Durvasa cursed the king. "Because of your arrogance, you will lose all of your opulence." Shortly afterwards, the Asuras, or demons, launched a powerful attack upon the heavenly kingdom. Because of the curse, the demigods suffered heavy casualties. They feared total defeat at the hands of their enemies. In desperation, their generals consulted Lord Vishnu, who lives on an island within the ocean of milk. Standing upon the jeweled shore of that ocean, they prayed to the Lord and received the following message: "My dear demigods, the demons have become too powerful for you. You must make a truce with them and offer to work together." Vishnu then explained his plan of action. Following this advice, King Indra approached the king of the demons. "My dear King Bali, I have plans to produce the most valuable medicine, the nectar of immortality. By drinking this, anyone can live forever." Bali was intensely interested and agreed to help. He thought, once we've helped produce the nectar, we demons can easily steal it from these weakened demigods. So he and Indra signed a truce. With great effort, the demigods and demons carried the golden mountain called Mandara to the ocean to use it as a churning rod. Together they requested the giant serpent Vasuki to serve as a rope for turning the rod. The great snake reluctantly agreed. Curling him around the mountain, the demons took hold of his head as they desired, leaving the demigods to hold his tail. First, the demigods pulled and the mountain turned one way. Then the demons pulled and the mountain turned the other. After spinning only 3 or 4 times, the mountain sank deep into the mud at the bottom of the ocean. It needed a pivot upon which to rest. Both parties were frustrated and annoyed. They pondered the problem. Lord Vishnu then took the form of a giant turtle and lifted the golden mountain upon its back. The demigods and the demons resumed their churning. This time the mountain turned smoothly on top of the turtle, who enjoyed having his back scratched. At first, the churning produced a deadly black poison which floated over the waves, threatening to pollute the entire universe. The demigods were highly alarmed. They went to seek the help of Lord Shiva, the greatest of the demigods, who was sitting in meditation in the Himalayas. He agreed to help, and by his magic he condensed all of the poison into the palm of his hand. As he drank it, a few drops spilt, and were drank by the scorpions, snakes, and other poisonous creatures. The poison turned Lord Shiva's neck blue, and since then he has been known as Nilakant. The demigods and the demons continued to pull upon the huge snake, churning the milky waters. Out of the ocean rose magical animals, sparkling gems, fragrant jewels, and herbal medicines. At last, a beautiful blackish figure emerged from the waves. Dressed in yellow garments and decorated with red, green, and blue gems, he carried a golden pot filled to the brim with amrit, or nectar. The demons immediately snatched the pot and ran off. They began to argue amongst themselves, "Hey, why should you drink that first? What about me?" The demigods were bitterly disappointed and prayed to Lord Vishnu for help. The Lord then assumed the form of Mohini, an exquisitely beautiful woman. She had a darkish complexion, was dressed in a crimson sari, and wore golden bangles. Her eyes moved restlessly, glancing over the demons. Quite naturally, the Asuras were enamored by her feminine movements. Handing over the jug of nectar, they asked her to help settle their dispute. Mohini then seated them in a row and asked the demigods to do the same, some distance away. Sweetly addressing the demons, she said, "The demigods are very greedy to taste the nectar, so let them have just a little. You are all great heroes, because you are very patient. I know you won't mind waiting just a little bit longer." The demons, easily given to flattery, didn't dare to say a word. They remained silent as Mohini served the nectar to their enemies, not just a little, but every last drop. Mohini then turned herself back into the original form of Vishnu. The demons' jaws dropped open. They had been tricked. They had worked so hard, but achieved nothing. The demigods had also worked very hard, but they depended upon God. Now they were freed from the miseries of birth, old age, disease, and death. Chapter 8. Varaha, the Boar. Lord Varaha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Once upon a time, at sunset, Kashyapa was offering oblations to Lord Vishnu into the sacrificial fire. At this time, his wife Diti approached him due to being greatly affected by sex desire. Without trying to attract him gradually by her bodily expressions, the beautiful Diti frankly begged her husband, "O learned one, Cupid is forcibly distressing me with his arrows, just as an elephant troubles a banana tree. I want to have sons like my co-wives, and so you should be merciful unto me." My father, Daksha, had asked each of his daughters whom we preferred to marry. Then, after understanding our intentions, he handed over 13 of his daughters to you, and we have all been faithful to you ever since that time. O lotus-eyed one, when someone is in distress, and they approach a great person, their pleas should never go in vain. Now, Kashyapa could have strongly refused his wife, but because he was also sexually inclined, he tried to pacify Diti, who had become very poor-hearted and talkative due to the contamination of lust. Kashyapa said, "O my dear wife, I shall soon gratify your desire. It is only due to having a good wife that a man like me can cross over the great ocean of material existence. Indeed, a wife is so helpful that she is called the better half of a man's body. Just as a military commander can easily conquer invaders while remaining protected within the fort, so a man can conquer his senses by taking shelter of a good wife. For this reason, a man could never repay his wife for all the benefit that he derives from her, even if he were to try to do so for an entire lifetime, or even after death. My dear Diti, although I cannot sufficiently repay you, I will satisfy your sex desire for the purpose of begetting children. I only request you just to wait a few minutes, so that I may not become subject to criticism. The present moment is most inauspicious, because at this time Lord Shiva rides upon his bull carrier, accompanied by his horrible, ghastly companions. He gives such ghosts the chance of getting a gross material body by placing them into the wombs of women who indulge in sexual intercourse during this forbidden period. Now Lord Shiva is your sister's husband, and with 3 eyes he will see your forbidden act. In spite of receiving such good instructions from her husband, Diti was so oppressed by sex desire that she caught hold of his clothes just like a shameless prostitute, and thus she practically forced him to gratify her lusty urge. After offering his obeisances, Kashyapa lay down with Diti in a secluded place. After finishing the act, Kashyapa purified himself by bathing and once again sat down to chant the Gayatri mantra while meditating upon the impersonal aspect of the Absolute. Meanwhile, after having gratified her lust, Diti came to her senses. With her head lowered, she approached her husband and said, "My dear Brahmin, please ensure that my embryo is not killed by Lord Shiva because of the great offense that I have committed now against him." Diti then prayed for Lord Shiva's mercy in a very clever manner. "Let me offer my obeisances unto the angry Lord Shiva. He is so great that he can immediately destroy my embryo, but at the same time he is so merciful and forgiving. Lord Shiva is known as the Lord of all women, who are excused even by uncivilized hunters, and therefore I beg him to spare me from his wrath." As Diti stood before him, trembling due to fear of his anger, Kashyapa said, "Because of your polluted mind, the improper time, your disobedience, and your neglect of the demigods, your conception will produce 2 abominable sons who will create havoc within the world by killing innocent persons, torturing women, and enraging the great souls. As a result, the Supreme Lord will incarnate to kill them, just as Indra smashes mountains with his thunderbolt." Diti replied, "O my husband, it is a great relief for me to know that my sons will be killed by the all-merciful Supreme Lord rather than the wrath of the Brahmins. One who offends the Brahmins or causes fear to others is so condemned that even those who are already in hell, or who are of the degraded species in which he will later on appear, feel no compassion towards him." Kashyapa then informed Diti, "Due to your repentance and firm faith in the Supreme Lord, as well as your adoration for Lord Shiva and myself, one of the grandsons will be a greatly exalted devotee, whose fame will rival that of even the Lord himself. Because of his great devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, others will follow in his footsteps, and because of his having satisfied the Supreme Lord, everyone will become pleased with him. As a first-class devotee, your grandson will be able to see the Supreme Lord within and without. He will be a reservoir of all good qualities, and he will feel very pained to see the suffering of any conditioned souls in this material world." After hearing the glories of Prahlad, her grandson, Diti became very pleased. But because she could not understand that her sons would cause great disturbances to the demigods, she continued to bear the powerful embryos for 100 years without giving birth. Still, the force of Diti's pregnancy disturbed the entire universe, and the light of the sun and the moon became impaired. After observing this fearful condition, the demigods approached Lord Brahma and submitted. "O Lord, just see this darkness that is expanding in all directions. O Sustainer of the universe, who knows the intentions of all living entities, Diti's pregnancy has caused this great disturbance, and thus our work has become suspended. Please, be merciful unto us, for we have fallen into a very miserable condition." In response, Lord Brahma informed the demigods of what had happened long ago. After having traveled all over the material universe, the 4 Kumara sages entered the spiritual sky, wherein the Vaikuntha planets are situated. They were able to do this due to being freed from all material contamination. In the abode of Lord Narayan, the residents have forms similar to that of the Supreme Lord, and everyone is engaged in his unalloyed devotional service. There are many forests full of desire trees, and throughout the seasons they are filled with fruit and fragrant flowers. While flying in their airplanes along with their consorts, the inhabitants of Vaikuntha eternally sing of the character and pastimes of the Lord. Although the consorts that crowd the airplanes have large hips and beautifully smiling faces, they cannot stimulate the passion of the residents of Vaikuntha. This means that in Vaikuntha there is the enjoyment of the association of the opposite sex, but there is no sexual relationship, because everyone is fully absorbed in pure Krishna consciousness. When the king of the bees hums in a high pitch, singing the glories of the Lord, the cuckoos, cranes, swans, parrots, and peacocks temporarily stop their singing to listen. Although flowers such as the parijata and lotus are transcendently fragrant, they are still conscious of Tulsi's austerities, and of how the Lord prefers to garland himself with her leaves. The ladies of Vaikuntha are as beautiful as the goddess of fortune, and yet they are sometimes seen cleaning marble walls just to receive the grace of the Supreme Lord, even though there is practically no dust. Upon reaching the outskirts of Vaikuntha, the four Kumaras felt an unprecedented transcendental happiness. Then, after easily passing through 6 gates, the sages saw 2 doormen on the 7th gate that had similar bodily features and carried strong maces. They were 4-armed and of bluish complexion. The 4 Kumaras had opened doors everywhere without any conception of ours or theirs, and so they innocently began to pass through the 7th gate. The sages, who had nothing to cover their bodies but the atmosphere, looked just like 5-year-old boys, although they were the oldest created beings next to Brahma. Due to possessing a disposition quite unpalatable to the Lord, the 2 gatekeepers rudely blocked Kumara's entrance with their staffs. The Lord is always anxious to serve great sages, and thus the Kumaras were never to be prohibited from entering Vaikuntha. The boy sages had been very eager to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and so upon being checked by the Lord's 2 chief doorkeepers, they immediately became agitated. Their eyes red with rage, the Kumaras explained. Who are these persons who are engaging in the Lord's service and yet have developed a discordant mentality? They must be impostors, and so they suspect others to be just like themselves. In Vaikuntha, there is perfect harmony between the Supreme Lord and other inhabitants. These 2 persons are dressed like the residents of Vaikuntha, but where has this seed of disharmony come from? Because of seeing duality, they have become contaminated. Therefore, they should be put into the material world where everyone is conceived of as being a friend or an enemy. When the gatekeepers realized that they were being cursed by the Brahmins, they at once became very afraid. After falling down at the Kumara's feet, they begged, "You are correct in punishing us for having neglected such great souls as yourselves. Still, in consideration of our repentance, we pray that you mercifully ensure that the illusion of forgetting the Supreme Personality of Godhead will not overwhelm us as we fall down." Just at that moment, the Supreme Lord, having heard of this incident, came there on foot, accompanied by the goddess of fortune. Thus, the 4 Kumaras saw Lord Vishnu before them, whom they had formerly seen only in their hearts while being absorbed in the ecstatic trance of deep meditation. The Lord's beautiful blackish body was dressed in bright yellow cloth, and around his neck hung a garland of fresh flowers that was encircled by humming bees. While resting one of his hands upon Garuda's shoulder, the Lord twirled a lotus flower in another. Indeed, his beauty was so excellent that it defeated the pride of the goddess of fortune herself, and thus the Kumaras looked at him with unsatiated eyes, with wide eyes and open heart. As the Kumaras joyfully bowed their heads, the breeze that carried the aroma of tulsi leaves from the toes of the Lord's lotus feet entered their nostrils, causing a spiritual transformation in their body and mind. Even though they had been fully attached to the impersonal Brahman, in other words, the Kumaras became converted from impersonalists that had desired to merge into the Lord's Brahmajyoti, to devotees who desired to render service unto the Lord. After seeing the Lord's transcendental body, the Kumaras advanced to the stage of constant meditation upon his personal feature. Their anger having subsided, the four sages prayed, "O our dear Lord, whatever we had heard about you from our father, Lord Brahma, has now been confirmed by your kind appearance before us. We now understand that the most elevated transcendentalists are those that constantly engage in hearing about your pastime, without caring for any other benediction, including liberation. O Lord, we don't mind being born in any hellish condition, as long as our hearts and minds are always engaged in your devotional service." The Supreme Lord then said, "These attendants of mine, Jai and Vijay, have committed a great offense against you by ignoring my desire. I approve of the punishment that you have awarded to my servants. Indeed, since these doormen are my servants, I consider myself to be the one that has offended you, and for that reason, I seek your forgiveness. Whatever wrong a servant commits causes people in general to blame the master, just as a single spot of white leprosy is considered to pollute the whole skin. For me, the Brahmins are the most worshipable personalities in the universe, and so I am prepared to cut off my arm if its conduct proves to be hostile towards you, because I am the servant of my devotees. My lotus feet have become so sacred that they immediately purify one of all sins. I do not enjoy the offerings that are made into the sacrificial fire with as much relish as I enjoy the delicacies cooked in ghee that are offered to the mouths of the Brahmins who have dedicated their lives unto me. The Ganga is the remnant of water left after worshipping my feet, and it sanctifies the three worlds. If I can take the dust of the Vaishnava's feet upon my head, then who would refuse to do the same? These servants of mine have offended you due to not knowing my mind. Still, my sons, I would consider it a great favor if you would allow them to return to my presence soon, after reaping the consequences of their transgression." After hearing with wide open ears the Lord's extremely humble and beautiful speech was difficult to comprehend due to its profound import. The Kumaras pondered over its meaning for some time. Although the sages could not understand the Lord's actual intention, a thrill passed through their bodies due to the delight of simply beholding him. Understanding their fault and cursing the Lord's faultless servants, the Kumaras said, "O Lord, we cannot understand your plans, for you have spoken as if we had done something good for you. The adoration of the Brahmins is meant to teach others, for it is you who are the supreme worshipable deity. O Lord, whatever punishment you wish to award to these two innocent persons, or indeed to us, we shall accept without complaint or duplicity." The Lord replied, "O Brahmins, I had already ordained the punishment that you inflicted upon Jai and Vijay, and thus they will have to accept birth in a demonic family. By my concentration of their minds upon me in anger, they will always remain connected with me, and soon thereafter, they will return to my abode. It is to be understood that the Lord himself engineered the cursing of Jai and Vijay. Ordinarily, there is no possibility that the Kumaras could ever become angry, and that the Lord could reject his gatekeepers, or that anyone could ever return to the material world after having reached Vaikuntha. Sometimes, however, the Lord desires to fight, and because there are no real enemies in Vaikuntha, he incarnates into the material world just for that purpose. The Lord only likes to perform any of his pastimes with his associates, and so he chooses a devotee to play the part of a demon. Then, after making a temporary show of fighting, the Lord recalls his devotee to the spiritual world. After performing great austerities, Hiranyakashipu received benedictions from Lord Brahma, and as a result, he became unafraid of death and very proud. Being most powerful, Hiranyakashipu was able to bring the entire three worlds under his personal control. His brother, Hiranyaksha, had also received Brahma's benediction of near immortality, so he too became similarly powerful and conceited. To satisfy his elder brother, Hiranyaksha took his club and began to travel all over the universe with a fighting spirit. Because no one was able to kill him due to Brahma's benediction, even the demigods fearfully hid upon seeing Hiranyaksha, just as snakes hide out of fear of Garuda. When Hiranyaksha thus saw Indraloka vacant, he roared loudly, understanding that the demigods had admitted defeat without even fighting. After returning from heaven, Hiranyaksha sportingly dove deep into the ocean, and upon seeing him, all of the great aquatics panicked and fled. Finally, after moving about in the ocean for many years, Hiranyaksha reached Varuna's capital. Just to make fun of the Lord of the Waters, Hiranyaksha fell at his feet and smilingly begged, "Give me battle, O Supreme Lord." Upon seeing Hiranyaksha's arrogance, Varuna became enraged. Still, he curbed his anger by means of intelligence and replied, "O dear one, I have given up fighting because I am too old. You are so skilled in battle that I can see no one else but the most ancient original person, Lord Vishnu, who can satisfy you in fighting. O chief of the demons, I suggest that you approach him immediately, and thus become rid of your pride by lying down dead immediately on the battlefield, surrounded by carnivorous animals. Because, my brother, there is absolutely no possibility that in a fair battle you could ever seek to defeat him." Without paying any more heed to Varuna, Hiranyaksha departed. Then, when he happened to meet the great sage Narada, the demon learned the whereabouts of the Supreme Lord. After once again entering the depths of the ocean, Hiranyaksha saw the all-powerful Supreme Lord in his boar incarnation, bearing the earth upwards, while keeping her on the ends of his mighty tusks. Upon seeing the Lord, the demon laughingly exclaimed, "An amphibious beast! O best of the demigods dressed in the form of a boar! The earth belongs to us, the inhabitants of the lower regions, and so I cannot allow you to take it away from my presence, you rascal. Today I shall enliven my kinsman by killing you, and when you fall down dead with your skull smashed by my mace, demigods and rishis who offer you oblations and sacrifice will also cease to be. Just like a tree can no longer live without the roots. Although the Lord was certainly pained to hear such abusive language, he tolerated it so that he could continue carrying the earth, which had become very frightened. Are you not ashamed of yourself for running away after being challenged by an adversary? There is nothing that is reproachable for shameless creatures like you. Despite these harsh words, Lord Varaha calmly placed the earth upon the surface of the water, and then empowered her with the capacity to float. At this time, Lord Brahma and the other demigods praised the Lord for his wonderful act of lifting up the earth, and thus they showered him with flowers. Then, to express his terrible anger, the Lord replied, "Indeed, we are creatures of the jungle, and are searching for hunting dogs like you. One who is freed from the entanglement of death has no fear from the loose talk in which you are indulging, for you are bound up by the laws of death. Now, give up your foolish talk and attempt to kill me. One may be very proud, but he does not deserve a seat in an assembly if he fails to fulfill his promise." Being thus challenged, Hiranyaksha became very angry and agitated, and his whole body began to tremble. The demon sprang at the Lord and tried to strike him with his powerful mace. By moving aside, however, the Lord dodged the blow, and then with his own mace he attempted to smash Hiranyaksha's forehead. Being an expert fighter, however, the demon blocked the blow with his own mace, however, and thereafter a fierce encounter took place. As both combatants struck one another repeatedly with their strong clubs, the smell of blood that flowed from their wounds made them more and more furious. Being very eager for victory, both the Lord and the demon exhibited wonderful maneuvers, so that the battle looked like a contest between two powerful bulls for the sake of a cow. Lord Brahma had been staying in the sky along with all of the demigods and celestial rishis, so that he could witness the terrible fight that was being waged for the sake of the earth. Becoming somewhat anxious, he addressed Lord Varaha. "Oh, my dear Lord, Hiranyaksha has always oppressed the demigods, Brahmins, cows, and other innocent creatures. There is no need for you to play with this serpentine demon any longer, for he is very skilled in utilizing mystic powers, and he is most arrogant and wicked. My dear infallible Lord, please kill him before the demonic hour of twilight arrives and thus increases his strength. The auspicious period began at noon and has almost passed. Therefore, please dispose of your formidable enemy quickly and thus establish peace and order within the world." In response, the Lord heartily laughed, while at the same time he accepted Brahma's prayers with a glance that was laden with love. Then as Hiranyaksha fearlessly stood nearby, Lord Varaha suddenly sprang at him while aiming his mace at the demon's chin. Hiranyaksha blocked the blow with his own mace, however, and as a result, the Lord's club slipped from his hand. That blazing mace looked splendid while whirling around and around as it fell, and a great cry of alarm arose from the onlooking demigods and rishis. Even though he had an excellent opportunity to strike his unarmed foe, Hiranyaksha respected the etiquette for single combat by refraining from so doing. This kindled the Lord's fury even more, however, and he invoked his Sudarshan chakra. As this wonderful disc revolved in the Lord's hand, while he was at close quarters with his enemy, the demigods and rishis exclaimed, "May victory be yours! Dispatch him at once! Don't play with this demon any longer!" Seeing Lord Varaha before him with the Sudarshan chakra in his hand, Hiranyaksha resentfully bit his lip and began to hiss like a serpent. Then that great demon with fearful tusks suddenly sprang into the air while wielding his club, and while so doing, he shouted, "You are slain." As Hiranyaksha tried to strike him, however, Lord Varaha playfully kicked the mace from his hand with his left foot and then said, "Pick up your weapon, since you are so eager to conquer me." Being so challenged, Hiranyaksha picked up his mace and then hurled it impetuously while roaring loudly. Without even flinching, however, Lord Varaha easily caught the mace in his hand, and so the demon felt greatly humiliated. Being reluctant to take his weapon back when the Lord offered it to him, Hiranyaksha instead picked up a flaming trident and violently hurled it. As the trident blazed brightly while soaring through the sky, Lord Varaha tore it to pieces by releasing his Shudasan chakra. At this, the demon became even more enraged, and while letting out a loud roar, he rushed at Lord Varaha impetuously. After striking the Lord on the chest with his hard fist, Hiranyaksha immediately disappeared. The Lord was not disturbed in the least by the blow, any more than an elephant would feel hurt when being struck by a flower garland. Thereafter, Hiranyaksha employed many conjuring tricks against the Lord, who is Yogeshwar, and all who saw the magical display thought the dissolution of the universe was at hand. After performing great austerities, Hiranyakashipu received benedictions from Lord Brahma, and as a result, he became unafraid of death and very proud. Being most powerful, Hiranyakashipu was able to bring the entire three worlds under his personal control. His brother, Hiranyaksha, had also received Brahma's benediction of near immortality, so he too became similarly powerful and conceited. To satisfy his elder brother, Hiranyaksha took his club and began to travel all over the universe with a fighting spirit. Because no one was able to kill him due to Brahma's benediction, even the demigods fearfully hid upon seeing Hiranyaksha, just as snakes hide out of fear of Garuda. When Hiranyaksha thus saw Indraloka vacant, he roared loudly, understanding that the demigods had admitted defeat without even fighting. After returning from heaven, Hiranyaksha sportingly dove deep into the ocean, and upon seeing him, all of the great aquatics panicked and fled. Finally, after moving about in the ocean for many years, Hiranyaksha reached Varuna's capital. Just to make fun of the Lord of the Waters, Hiranyaksha fell at his feet and smilingly begged, "Give me battle, O Supreme Lord." Upon seeing Hiranyaksha's arrogance, Varuna became enraged. Still, he curbed his anger by means of intelligence and replied, "O dear one, I have given up fighting because I am too old. You are so skilled in battle that I can see no one else but the most ancient original person, Lord Vishnu, who can satisfy you in fighting. O chief of the demons, I suggest that you approach him immediately, and thus become rid of your pride by lying down dead immediately on the battlefield, surrounded by carnivorous animals. Because, my brother, there is absolutely no possibility that in a fair battle you could ever seek to defeat him." Without paying any more heed to Varuna, Hiranyaksha departed. Then, when he happened to meet the great sage Narada, the demon learned the whereabouts of the Supreme Lord. After once again entering the depths of the ocean, Hiranyaksha saw the all-powerful Supreme Lord in his boar incarnation, bearing the earth upwards, while keeping her on the ends of his mighty tusks. Upon seeing the Lord, The demon laughingly exclaimed, "An amphibious beast! O best of the demigods dressed in the form of a boar! The earth belongs to us, the inhabitants of the lower regions, and so I cannot allow you to take it away from my presence, you rascal. Today I shall enliven my kinsman by killing you, and when you fall down dead with your skull smashed by my mace, the demigods and rishis who offer you oblations and sacrifice will also cease to be. Just like a tree can no longer live without the roots." Although the Lord was certainly pained to hear such abusive language, he tolerated it so that he could continue carrying the earth, which had become very frightened. "Are you not ashamed of yourself for running away after being challenged by an adversary? There is nothing that is reproachable for shameless creatures like you." Despite these harsh words, Lord Varaha calmly placed the earth upon the surface of the water, and then empowered her with the capacity to float. At this time, Lord Brahma and the other demigods praised the Lord for his wonderful act of lifting up the earth, and thus they showered him with flowers. Then, to express his terrible anger, the Lord replied, "Indeed, we are creatures of the jungle, and are searching for hunting dogs like you. One who is freed from the entanglement of death has no fear from the loose talk in which you are indulging, for you are bound up by the laws of death. Now, give up your foolish talk and attempt to kill me. One may be very proud, but he does not deserve a seat in an assembly if he fails to fulfill his promise." Being thus challenged, Hiranyaksha became very angry and agitated, and his whole body began to tremble. The demon sprang at the Lord and tried to strike him with his powerful mace. By moving aside, however, the Lord dodged the blow, and then with his own mace he attempted to smash Hiranyaksha's forehead. Being an expert fighter, however, the demon blocked the blow with his own mace, however, and thereafter a fierce encounter took place. As both combatants struck one another repeatedly with their strong clubs, the smell of blood that flowed from their wounds made them more and more furious. Being very eager for victory, both the Lord and the demon exhibited wonderful maneuvers, so that the battle looked like a contest between two powerful bulls for the sake of a cow. Lord Brahma had been staying in the sky along with all of the demigods and celestial rishis, so that he could witness the terrible fight that was being waged for the sake of the earth. Becoming somewhat anxious, he addressed Lord Varaha. "Oh, my dear Lord, Hiranyaksha has always oppressed the demigods, Brahmins, cows, and other innocent creatures. There is no need for you to play with this serpentine demon any longer, for he is very skilled in utilizing mystic powers, and he is most arrogant and wicked. My dear infallible Lord, please kill him before the demonic hour of twilight arrives and thus increases his strength. The auspicious period began at noon and has almost passed. Therefore, please dispose of your formidable enemy quickly and thus establish peace and order within the world." In response, the Lord heartily laughed, while at the same time he accepted Brahma's prayers with a glance that was laden with love. Then as Hiranyaksha fearlessly stood nearby, Lord Varaha suddenly sprang at him while aiming his mace at the demon's chin. Hiranyaksha blocked the blow with his own mace, however, and as a result, the Lord's club slipped from his hand. That blazing mace looked splendid while whirling around and around as it fell, and a great cry of alarm arose from the onlooking demigods and rishis. Even though he had an excellent opportunity to strike his unarmed foe, Hiranyaksha respected the etiquette for single combat by refraining from so doing. This kindled the Lord's fury even more, however, and he invoked his Sudarshan chakra. As this wonderful disc revolved in the Lord's hand, while he was at close quarters with his enemy, the demigods and rishis exclaimed, "May victory be yours! Dispatch him at once! Don't play with this demon any longer!" Seeing Lord Varaha before him with the Sudarshan chakra in his hand, Hiranyaksha resentfully bit his lip and began to hiss like a serpent. Then that great demon with fearful tusks suddenly sprang into the air while wielding his club, and while so doing, he shouted, "You are slain!" As Hiranyaksha tried to strike him, however, Lord Varaha playfully kicked the mace from his hand with his left foot and then said, "Pick up your weapon, since you are so eager to conquer me." Being so challenged, Hiranyaksha picked up his mace and then hurled it impetuously while roaring loudly. Without even flinching, however, Lord Varaha easily caught the mace in his hand, and so the demon felt greatly humiliated. Being reluctant to take his weapon back when the Lord offered it to him, Hiranyaksha instead picked up a flaming trident and violently hurled it. As the trident blazed brightly while soaring through the sky, Lord Varaha tore it to pieces by releasing his Sudarshan chakra. At this, the demon became even more enraged, and while letting out a loud roar, he rushed at Lord Varaha impetuously. After striking the Lord on the chest with his hard fist, Hiranyaksha immediately disappeared. The Lord was not disturbed in the least by the blow, any more than an elephant would feel hurt when being struck by a flower garland. Thereafter, Hiranyaksha employed many conjuring tricks against the Lord, who is Yogeshwar, and all who saw the magical display thought the dissolution of the universe was at hand. Fierce winds began blowing, and the dust that was created raised darkness in all directions. Torrents of stones fell from the sky along with showers of pus, hair, blood, stool, urine, and bone, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Mountains discharged various weapons, and naked demonesses with their hair hanging loosely appeared, carrying tridents. Hosts of yakshas and rakshasas were heard uttering cruel and savage slogans as they marched on foot or rode upon horses, elephants, and chariots. By releasing his Sudarshan chakra, however, the Lord was able to dispel all of these illusions, and at that moment a shudder of terror passed through Diti's heart. While recalling the words of her husband, blood began to flow from her breasts. When Hiranyaksha saw that his magical creations had been dispelled, he once again made himself visible. In a fit of rage, he tried to crush the Lord within his arms as a last resort. But to his great surprise, after trying to grab the Lord, the demon found that he was still outside the circle of his arms. Then, as Hiranyaksha angrily struck him with his fists, Lord Varaha slapped him indifferently at the root of the ear, making him stagger backwards. With his eyeballs bulging out of their sockets, his hair scattered, and his limbs broken, the great demon fell down dead, like an uprooted tree. Lord Brahma and the other demigods quickly arrived at the spot to see the slain body of the demon close up. Still biting his lip, Hiranyaksha's bodily luster had not faded in spite of the absence of the soul, because the Lord's foot remained touching it. Lord Brahma admiringly said, "Oh, who could meet with such a blessed death? This fortunate demon was struck by the lotus foot of the Lord, upon whom yogis meditate in mystic trance in the hopes of gaining liberation from their unreal material bodies." After receiving the demigod's praises, the Lord returned to his abode in the spiritual sky, where there is always an uninterrupted festival going on. Suta Goswami concluded his narration by saying, O Brahmins, anyone who hears, chants, or takes pleasure in the wonderful description of Lord Varaha's killing of Hiranyaksha, he is at once relieved from the results of all kinds of sinful activities, including the killing of a Brahmin. Chapter 9. Nishinga, the Lion Man.
Nishingadev. Historically speaking, Nishingadev is an avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu, one who incarnates in the form of half-man, half-lion to destroy an evil, end religious persecution and calamity upon the earth, thereby restoring Dharma. Nishinga iconography shows him with a human torso and a lower body with a lion face and claws, typically with the demon Hiranyakashipu in his lap, whom he is in the process of killing. The demon is the powerful brother of the evil Hiranyaksha, who had been previously killed by Vishnu, who hated Vishnu for being his brother. Hiranyakashipu gains special powers by which he could not be killed during the day or night, inside or outside, by god, demon, man, or animal. Coronated with his new powers, Hiranyakashipu creates chaos, persecutes all devotees of the Lord, including his own son Prahlad. The Supreme Personality of Godhead understands the demon's power, then creatively adapts into a mixed avatar that is neither man nor animal, and kills the demon at the junction of day and night, inside and outside. Nishinga is known primarily as the Great Protector, who specially defends and protects his devotees from all evil. Lord Nishinga is revered in Vaishnavism, but he is also a popular deity beyond that tradition with the devotees of Shiva. He is celebrated in many regional Hindu temples, text, performance arts, and festivals, such as the Holika prior to the Hindu spring festival of colors called Holi. The oldest known artwork of Nishinga has been found at several sites in Uttar Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh, such as the Mathura archaeological site. These have been variously dated between the 2nd and 4th century. The Sanskrit word Nishinga consists of two words, Nara, which means man, and Singha, which means lion. Together the term means man-lion, referring to the mixed creature avatar of Lord Vishnu. Nishinga is a significant iconic symbol of creative resistance, hope against odds, victory over persecution, and destruction of evil. He is the destructor of not only external evil, but also one's own inner evil of mind, body, and speech. In South Indian art, sculptures, bronzes, and paintings, Vishnu's incarnation as Nishingadev is one of the most chosen themes, and amongst avatars, perhaps next only to Rama and Sri Krishna in popularity. Lord Nishinga also appears as one of Hanuman's 5 faces, who is a significant character in the Ramayana as Lord Rama's devotee. Nishinga is worshipped across India in numerous forms, although it is common that each of the temples contain depictions of Nishinga in more than one form. In one part of India, there are 9 temples dedicated to Lord Nishinga in 9 forms. It is also notable that the central aspect of Nishinga's incarnation is killing the demon Hiranyakashipu, but that image of Nishinga is not commonly worshipped in temples, although it is depicted. The great Nishinga persona was influential by the 5th century, when various Gupta Empire kings minted coins with his images or sponsored inscriptions that associated the ethos of Nishingadev with their own. The kings thus legitimized their rule as someone like Nishinga who fights evil and persecution. Some of the coins of the Kushan era show Nishinga-like images suggesting possible influence. Some of the oldest Nishinga terracotta artworks have been dated to about the 2nd century CE. A nearly complete, exquisitely carved standing Nishinga statue wearing a pancha with personified attributes near him has been found at the Mathura archaeological site and is dated to the 6th century. The great lion avatar Nishinga has been a part of various Indian classical dance repertoires. For example, the Kathakali theatre has included the Nishinga Hiranyakashipu battle storyline, and adaptations of Prahlad and Nishinga have been one of the most popular performances in Kerala. Similarly, the Bhagavat Mala dance drama performance art of Tamil Nadu traditionally celebrate the annual Nishinga Janti festival by performing the story within regional Nishinga temples. In Andhra Pradesh, a panel dating to the 3rd century AD shows a full theromorphic squatting lion with 2 extra human arms behind his shoulders holding Vaishnava emblems. The lion, flanked by 5 heroes, often has been identified as an early depiction of Nishinga. Standing cult images of Nishinga from the early Gupta period survive in temples around India. These sculptures are 2-armed, long-maned, frontal, wearing only a lower garment, with no demon figure like Hiranyakashipu. Images representing the narrative of Nishinga slaying the demon Hiranyakashipu survive from slightly later Gupta period temples. An image of Lord Nishinga supposedly dating to the 2nd or 3rd century AD, sculpted at Mathura, was acquired by the Philadelphia Museum of Art in 1987. It was described by the curator as perhaps the earliest image of Nishinga yet known. Similarly, an image of Nishinga dating to the 9th century was found in Indonesia. This then has been a secular history of the great Lord Nishinga, one of the Das avatar incarnations of Vishnu. But there is another Nishinga, one of a devotional nature, one who lives in the hearts of devotees everywhere. A man-lion god that protects and preserves the devotees of the Lord. And this is the great manifestation of the Godhead on which we now concentrate. There is no greater protector of the devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead than Lord Nishingadev. What follows are several prayers to Lord Nishingadev from the great Vaishnava tradition. To recite, and more importantly, to hear these slokas, is to purify, protect, and preserve all that witness it. I offer my respectful obeisances to Lord Nishingadev, who gives joy to Prahlad Maharaj, and whose nails are like chisels on the stone-like chest of the demon Hiranyakashipu. Lord Nishinga is here and also there. Wherever I go, Lord Nishinga is there. He is within the heart and is outside as well. I surrender to Lord Nishinga, the origin of all things and the supreme refuge. O Keshava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who has assumed the form of half man, half lion, all glories to you. Just as one can easily crush a wasp between one's fingernails, so in the same way the body of the wasp-like demon Hiranyakashipu has been ripped apart by the wonderful pointed nails of your beautiful lotus hands. 5 prayers to Lord Nishinga by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. This great, blessed, historical figure has written 5 beautiful prayers in Sri Navadvip Bhava Taranga for receiving the mercy of Lord Nishinga. These divine prayers are certainly an assurance to all sincere devotees that the worship of Lord Nishingadev is purely in the line of aspiring love and devotion to Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Within my sinful heart, the 6 enemies headed by lust perpetually reside, as well as duplicity, the desire for fame, plus sheer cunning. At the lotus feet of Lord Nishinga, I hope that he will mercifully purify my heart and give me the desire to serve Lord Krishna. Weeping, I will beg at the lotus feet of Lord Nishinga for the benediction of worshipping Radha and Krishna in Navadvip, perfectly safe and free from all difficulties. When will this Lord Hari, whose terrible form strikes fear into fear itself, ever become pleased and show me his mercy? Even though Lord Nishinga is terrifying towards the sinful souls, he offers great auspiciousness unto the devotees of Lord Krishna, headed by Prahlad Maharaj. When will he be blessed to speak words of compassion unto me, a worthless fool, and thereby make me fearless? He will most certainly say, "Dear child, sit down freely and live happily here in the Sri Gauranga Dham. May you nicely worship the divine couple, and may you develop loving attachment for their holy names. By the mercy of my devotees, all obstacles are cast far away. With a purified heart, just perform the worship of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, for such worship overflows with sweet nectar or amrit." Saying this, will the Lord delightfully place his own divine lotus feet upon my head? I will experience sublime love for the divine couple Radha Krishna and undergo the ecstatic transformation called Sattvik, falling on the ground. I will roll about at the door of Sri Nishinga Dev's temple. By Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur, from the Sri Navadvip Baba Taranga. Lord Nishingadev is one of the most powerful manifestations of Lord Mahavishnu, the protector in the Hindu triad, and is known to be fierce to fight and remove all that is evil, and as a result protect his devotees from every negative aspect of life. He is regarded as the embodiment of victory of good over evil. Nishinga Kabacha mantra is a mantra for protection from the evils of the world. The literal meaning of kavacha is armor or breastplate that the soldiers wear during wars to protect their bodies from deadly weapons. In the same manner, the Nishinga Kavacha mantra acts as a protective shield to safeguard the welfare of the devotees. I shall now recite the Nishinga Kavacha, formerly spoken by Prahlad Maharaj. It is most pious, vanquishes all kinds of impediments, and provides one all protection. It bestows upon one all opulences, and can give one elevation to the heavenly planets or even liberation. One should meditate on Lord Nishinga, Lord of the universe, seated upon a golden throne. His mouth is wide open. He has 3 eyes, and he is as radiant as the autumn moon. He is embraced by Lakshmi Devi on the left side, and his form is the shelter of all opulences, both material and spiritual. The Lord has 4 arms, and his limbs are very soft. He is decorated with golden earrings. His chest is resplendent like the lotus flower, and his arms are decorated with jewel-studded ornaments. He is dressed in spotless yellow garments, which exactly resemble molten gold. He is the original cause of existence, beyond the mundane sphere. For the great demigods headed by Indra, he appears bedecked with rubies which are blazingly effulgent. His 2 feet are very attractive, and he is armed with various weapons such as the conch, disc, etc. Garuda joyfully offers prayers with great reverence. Having seated Lord Nishingadev upon the lotus of one's heart, one should recite the following mantra. May Lord Nishinga, who protects all planetary systems, protect my head. Although the Lord is all-pervading, he hid himself within a pillar. May he protect my speech and the results of my activities. May Lord Nishinga, whose eyes are the sun and fire, protect my eyes. May Lord Nahari, who is pleased by the prayers offered by the best of sages, protect my memory. May he who has the nose of a lion protect my nose, and may he whose face is very dear to the goddess of fortune protect my mouth. May Lord Nishingadev, who is the knower of all sciences, protect my sense of taste. May he whose face is beautiful as the full moon, and who is offered prayers by Prahlad Maharaj, protect my face. May Lord Nishinga protect my throat. He is the sustainer of the earth and the performer of limitless, wonderful activities. May he protect my shoulders. His arms are resplendent with transcendental weapons. May he protect my shoulders. May the Lord who bestows benedictions upon the demigods protect my hands. And may he protect me from all sides. May he who is achieved by perfect yogis protect my heart. And may Lord Hari protect my dwelling place. May he who ripped apart the chest and abdomen of the great demon Hiranyakashipu protect my waist. And may Lord Nahari protect my navel. He is offered prayers by Lord Brahma, who is sprung from his own navel. May he on whose hips rest all of the universes protect my hips. May the Lord protect my private parts. He is the knower of all mantras and mysteries, but he himself is not visible. May he who is the original Cupid protect my thighs. May he who exhibits a human-like form protect my knees. May the remover of the burden of the earth who appears in a form which is half man and half lion protect my calves. May the bestower of heavenly opulence protect my feet. He is the supreme controller in the form of a man and lion combined. May the thousand-headed supreme enjoyer protect my body from all sides and in all respects. May that most ferocious personality protect me from the east. May he who is superior to the greatest heroes protect me from the southeast, which is presided over by Agni. May the supreme Vishnu protect me from the south, and may that person of blazing luster protect me from the southwest. May the Lord of everything protect me from the west. His faces are everywhere, so please may he protect me from this direction. May Lord Nishinga protect me from the northwest, which is predominated by Vayu, and may he whose form is in itself the supreme ornament protect me from the north, where Soma resides. May the all-auspicious Lord, who himself bestows all auspiciousness, protect me from the northeast, the direction of the sun god, and may he who is death personified protect me from fear of death and rotation in this material world. This Nishinga Kabacha has been ornamented by issuing from the mouth of Prahlad Maharaj. A devotee who hears this becomes freed of all sins. Whatever one desires in this world, he can attain without doubt. One can have wealth, many sons, and a long life. He becomes victorious who desires victory, and indeed becomes a conqueror. He wards off the influence of all planets, earthly, heavenly, and everything in between. This is the supreme remedy for the poisonous effects of serpents and scorpions, and Brahmaraksha ghosts and yakshas are driven away. One may write this most auspicious prayer on his arm, or inscribe it on a palm leaf and attach it to his wrist, and all of his activities will become perfect. One who regularly chants this prayer, whether once or thrice daily, he becomes victorious whether amongst demigods, demons, or human beings. One who, with purified heart, recites this prayer 32,000 times, attains the most auspicious of all auspicious things, and material enjoyment and liberation are already understood to be available to such a person. This Kavacha mantra is the king of all mantras. One attains by it what would be attained by anointing oneself with ashes and chanting all other mantras. Having marked one's body with tilak and reciting this mantra 3 times, one will find that the fear of all inauspicious planets is removed. That person who recites this mantra, meditating upon Lord Nishingadev, has all of his diseases vanquished, including those of the abdomen. Why should more be said? One acquires qualitative oneness with Nishinga himself. There is no doubt that the desires in the mind of one who meditates will be granted. Lord Nishinga roars loudly and causes others to roar. With his multitudes of arms, he tears the demons asunder and kills them in this way. He is always seeking out and tormenting the demonic descendants of Didi, both on this earth planet and in the higher planets, and he throws them down and scatters them asunder. He cries with great anger as he destroys the demons in all directions. Yet with his unlimited hands he sustains, protects, and nourishes this cosmic manifestation. I offer my respectful obeisances to the Lord, who has assumed the form of this transcendental lion. Thus ends the Nishinga Kapacha, as it is described by Prahlad Maharaj in the Brahmanda Purana. Benefits of the Nishinga Kapacha. The Nishinga Kapacha is the ultimate protection against the tyranny of evil in this world. Reciting this shields the devotees from any harm and offers a safe and sound surrounding and a calm and normal life. Prahlad Maharaj was a boy who at 5 years of age preached to his school fellows of their urgent need for taking to God consciousness without delay. Prahlad was the son of a very powerful atheist king, Hiranyakashipu, and so from the moment of his birth he was in the hands of the demons or enemies of God. The nurses who picked him up, the court attendants, his mother, the court children, all were obsessed with the illusion that the body is the self and that there was no talk of Krishna, the Supreme Spirit. Like most boys born into our contemporary civilization, Prahlad's chances for hearing any truth about the Supreme Personality of Godhead were almost nil. And yet, every day when the teacher would take a recess and leave the palace schoolroom, the 5-year-old boy would address his fellows in this way: "My dear atheist friends, now is the time to prosecute Krishna consciousness. While we are still young, listen, my fellow demons, we have to start now. I know you want sense gratification, but we have to start God consciousness immediately, or we'll never get out of this material entanglement. The material life will soon become too complicated, and we won't be able to get out. We'll be like silkworms trapped in our own cocoons." Understandably, when Prahlad spoke to the boys, they would only say, "Come on, let us play, Prahlad. We're only children. We're only 5 years old. We can do Krishna consciousness when we get older." "Yes," Prahlad would respond, "I know that you want to play, but just listen for a moment. There's no need to try so hard for sense happiness. The happiness will come without any endeavor, according to whatever body you have. That arrangement is already made by nature and will come of itself, just as misery will come. But there's a need to develop an understanding of what the dearmost thing in life is. Each of us is looking for his dearmost friend. That dearmost friend is the Supreme Lord Krishna. He's in everyone's heart, and he'll make us satisfied forever. We can just chant his name, Hare Krishna, and we will be linked with him, and he'll dictate to us how to come to him." Gradually, the boys began to listen. "Where did you get this excellent knowledge from?" they asked. "You're like us, you're only 5 years old, and like us, you never leave the palace grounds. It's not possible for you to go and take instruction from outside, and our teachers never have taught us any of this. Where did you learn it?" The answer was that Prahlad had learned Krishna consciousness from the foremost sage of Vedic times, Narada Muni, and he had learned it while still in the womb of his mother. It had come that Prahlad's mother was pregnant at the time of a great war between the demigods and the demons. The demigods were led by Indra, and the demons by the party of Hiranyakashipu. The victorious demigods eventually swept over the cities of the demon king and ransacked his deserted buildings. King Indra himself had entered the palace of Hiranyakashipu and was leading off Prahlad's mother, the queen, when Narada appeared and interposed. "Do not take her. It is not right, for she is chaste," he said. Indra answered, "I'm not doing anything wrong, good Narada. She is carrying a child within her womb who is Hiranyakashipu's son. She is therefore carrying a snake, and I just want to keep her in custody until the child is born and we can take him away. I have no other purpose." "No," Narada protested. She is carrying a great soul within her womb. Do not try to kill him. In fact, you could not kill him, since he is a great devotee." Solely on the word of the pure saint Narada, Indra relinquished his design, and the queen was allowed to go with the saint to his hermitage. Narada gave her shelter at his ashram, and as he was a very great devotee, he spoke the spiritual science of God consciousness to her daily. Prahlad, who had developed within her womb to the point of consciousness, heard all of these discussions, and he did not forget. Actually, every human child attains a confrontation with God just before the time of birth. It is stated in the Bhagavatam that the process of development within the womb is extremely painful for the child, as he has to live in a cramped position near gastric fire and stool and urine. Just at the time of birth, conditions become unbearable, and he prays to the Supreme Lord, who is seated within his heart as the Supersoul. The child promises that if the Lord will just get him out of this predicament, he will become a sincere devotee of Godhead, and so will never again have to take mortal birth. Once he is out, however, with the shock of entering into the material world, the living entity loses all memory of his promise to God. And in addition, from the first moment after birth, he is in the hands of nurses, friends, and relatives who are themselves under the illusion that the goal of life is sense gratification, and who mistakes the body as the self. So the child forgets. But Prahlad did not forget Krishna. He told his demon friends just how life is wasted. Non-believers, just look. How long can you live? Say at most 100 years, and the first 20 years are all spent in playing ball and sporting. That's 20 years wasted with no spiritual development. Then during the middle 40 years, sex is very predominant, and those years are all spent in the pursuit of sex pleasure. Sex life begins when you meet a girl and you think she's nice, and then when there is sex, the root of attachment is made. Then you get married and you have children, and you must earn to support your family, and for all the work you are doing, you need some recognition, some prestige. So you must labor for that, and at the same time serve your family, so that they can expand in wealth and material happiness. Under such conditions, there is no chance of getting out of material, death-bound existence. There is no time for finding out Vishnu, God, the dearmost thing in life. So calculate, please, 20 years in sporting, 40 years in sex life and married life. Then at the end of life, the last 20 years are feeble or invalid. Or even if a man has good health and remains enamored up to the last moment, playing with his fond grandchildren and making no preparation for spiritual life. So where is there time for God? If a man spends his life in this way, always attracted to the non-permanent and forgetful of his real self-interest, the eternal Vishnu within his heart, then at the time of death he will fall back amongst the struggling lower species and have to take another body as an animal. That is why, demon brothers, we have to take action in this youthful age while we are still unattached to things. Only by cutting free of the material consciousness of life can we really be who we are. I am not this body. I am eternal spirit soul. Come, put your faith in the authority of Narada, and you can derive the same benefit as I have. The news of Prahlad's preaching ultimately reached back to Hiranyakashipu, and he called his son's teachers before him. What is this Krishna consciousness? He demanded to know. I understand all the boys are chanting some nonsense about God. Now you tell me, what are you teaching my son? The Bhagavatam states that at this time, Hiranyakashipu had come to dominate all of the planetary systems by ruthless force. He had gained such great power by performing excruciating austerities. He stood on his toes with his arms upraised and remained in that position uninterrupted for 125 years. Hiranyakashipu had so frightened the demigods by this that they had run to their supreme leader, Lord Brahma, the prime living entity and creator of the material universe. What can this man want? They asked Lord Brahma.
Please go and grant him some boon so that he may be satisfied before he becomes too powerful and causes great disturbance." Lord Brahma at once approached Hiranyakashipu and asked him what was his wish. The demon king asked to be made immortal. "You must ask for something else," Lord Brahma replied. "I myself am bound sometime to die." Thereupon Brahma conferred a boon upon Hiranyakashipu, which made him invincible in all the material worlds. He would never be killed by man nor beast, nor at night, nor in the daytime. He would never be killed on earth, nor on the sea, nor in the air, nor by any weapon. With this power conferred upon him, assuming himself unconquerable, Hiranyakashipu took up the business of dominating all of the universe for his personal pleasure. So great was his might that it is said that demigods would tremble at the mere uprising of his eyebrows. Prahlad's teachers, however, had committed no offense before Hiranyakashipu. "Sir," they explained, "we do not know where your son has learned this Hare Krishna from, but he is ruining our whole school. We have only taught mathematics, economics, history, and other subjects, so we don't know where he's gotten it from. But he's preaching it to the other children every day, wherever and whenever he can." Hiranyakashipu then called his son before him. The father was a materialist, and he wanted his son to get a good education so that the boy would be advanced in the attainment of money and beautiful women. The very name of the demon king indicates this. Hiranya means soft bed. Kashipu means gold. These were the basic principles of his life. The father now sat Prahlad on his knee, and with affection asked his boy, "What is the best thing that you have learned from your teachers?" Prahlad replied honestly to his father. "O foremost of atheists," he said openly, "I haven't learned anything good at all from my teachers, but I do know the best thing." "Oh? And what is that best thing?" "I have heard that this best thing is to leave this dark well of material life and to take shelter of Krishna the Lord." This answer caused the break that could not be repaired, for the father was a determined atheist and his son a firm devotee of Krishna. "Tell me," Hiranyakashipu continued, "what is this teaching that you could not learn from our Brahmins? What is this teaching of Krishna?" he demanded. The boy replied, "My dear atheist father, if I told you, you could not know, and so I will not even bother. If you took courses in it, still you would not understand, because you are too attached to sense gratification." Hiranyakashipu grew enraged at this and threatened his son. But Prahlad was unflinching. He simply remembered the teachings of Narada and took shelter in thinking of the form of Krishna. To every question and demand of his father, Prahlad answered in terms of love of Krishna, his protector. The father, who was unaccustomed to the slightest hint of insubordination, finally took hold of the boy and personally dragged him outdoors to a nearby cliff. With uncontrollable fury, he threw Prahlad into the abyss. However, all-pervading Krishna caught hold of his devotee and saved him from the intended destruction. Hiranyakashipu now became all the more livid and angry, and he set to work to destroy the life of Prahlad by one means or another. He set a great pot of water boiling and threw the boy into it, but Prahlad was not hurt. He tried to freeze the boy in a snowstorm, and he tried to have him torn apart by the winds of a hurricane, but Prahlad was in direct spiritual communication with Krishna, and so he was at all times protected by the intervention of his worshipable Lord. Hiranyakashipu, obsessed, threw his son into a pit of snakes, but they did not harm him. He then placed Prahlad under the foot of a mammoth elephant, but with his trunk the pachyderm gently picked the child up and placed him on his back for a triumphant ride through the kingdom. The fierce king forced Prahlad's mother to administer poison to the boy in his food, but it would not take any effect. In a seething fury of frustration, Hiranyakashipu finally picked the boy up with his own hands and hurled him to the floor as though to smash him like a rock. Prahlad, in meditation upon Krishna, the soul of souls, remained unhurt even by this attack. Where do you get your supernatural powers from? Hiranyakashipu screamed, standing over his son. From the same place that you do, father, Prahlad replied mildly. From God. Hiranyakashipu began to foam at the mouth. God! What is God? Where is your God? My God is everywhere, Prahlad said. Everywhere! Hiranyakashipu drew his sword. Yes, everywhere, father. Is he in this pillar? Hiranyakashipu cried, pointing with his weapon to a nearby column of marble. Yes, said Prahlad evenly. At this the mighty demon drew back his sword and struck a single, unimaginable blow at the mute column. Then, just as his sword fell upon it, the pillar burst into 1,000 pieces, and with a roar that deafened half of the cosmos, a most wonderful being leapt out from within. This was Lord Nrsimha, a form of God manifesting ferocity personified. As God is perfect in all things, he was not unable to answer the dread challenge of Prahlad's father, and there now ensued a brief but terrible struggle. Half lion and half man in appearance, Nrsimha fell upon Hiranyakashipu and struck back with all the fury of his being. But he was as if nothing against the boundless might of God. Lord Nrsimha quickly caught him up with his nails and stretched the angry, incredulous demon across his lap and then tore him apart. Hiranyakashipu died instantly upon that blood-drenched lap. In this way, as Nrsimha was not a man, and at the same time was twilight, neither night nor day, and as the king was killed on the lap of the Lord, which was neither sea, nor air, nor land, and as he was torn apart by no weapons, but rather the claws of Nrsimha, so none of Brahma's promises to Hiranyakashipu were broken, and yet he was vanquished. Prahlad, unafraid, bowed down and offered his profound obeisances before the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. "O my Lord," he prayed, "I know that you have thousands of forms, and that there are as many forms of the Supreme Person as there are species of life in the world." In this way, Prahlad worshipped at the lotus feet of the fierce half-man, half-lion appearance of Krishna, from whom all things emanate. As Nrsimha, he appears as the source of all ferocity. Just as in the original form of Radha Krishna, he is the source of all love. To Prahlad, the long, hard nails of Lord Nrsimha and his fierce aspect carried no terror. "The rays from your lotus feet," he prayed, "are more soothing than 10,000 autumnal moons. What I truly fear is the reaction of birth and death in this world, which is a whirlpool of bad things. I do not fear your nails, O Lord and Protector, but I fear this world of karma, where the remedies we seek for our ills are worse than the ills themselves, and only by taking shelter of you can we become fearless and satisfied." The Lord was very pleased, and he requested that his devotee ask for his heart's desire. Prahlad replied, "Please do not ask me to take anything, my Lord. Worship is my duty. If I should take something in return, then I have become a merchant." But the Lord again asked Prahlad to name something that he wished for. Prahlad as a devotee had no personal desire, but the thing he thought of now was his father. So he prayed in Nishinga's presence that his father might be pardoned for his offenses and granted liberation. The Lord assured the child Prahlad that not only would his father be liberated from the hellish conditions of life in the material world, but that many generations of his family, both in the past and in the future, would be granted liberation. Such is the purifying influence of a pure devotee in a family. And for ourselves, just to hear the narration of Prahlad's activities is auspicious, because just as he who fixed himself unto the Lord in remembrance, so can we, and thus derive that full, eternal, blissful freedom from evil which the Lord promises mankind in the Bhagavad Gita. Give up all varieties of religiousness, and just surrender unto me, and in return I shall protect you from all sinful reactions. Therefore, you have nothing to fear.
What follows are ancient 5,000-year-old prayers to Lord Nishingadev. Prayers to the Lord's weapons, set into motion by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and wandering in all four directions. The disk of the Supreme Lord has sharp edges as destructive as the fire of devastation at the end of the millennium. As a blazing fire burns dry grass to ashes with the assistance of the breeze, may the Shudarsan Chakra burn our enemies to ash. O club in the hand of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you produce sparks of fire as powerful as thunderbolts, and you are extremely dear to the Lord. I am also his servant, therefore kindly help me pound to pieces the evil living beings such as the Rakshasas, the Yakshas, the Yamadutas, and other demons. Please pulverize them. To the conch shell. O best of the conch shells, you are always filled with the breath of the Lord Sri Krishna. Therefore you create a fearful sound vibration which causes trembling in the hearts of all enemies. The Nishinga Gayatri. Om. Let us think well aware of Nishinga, the lightning nailed. May the lion promote our thought. Let us meditate on he who is known as the possessor of nails as hard as thunderbolts and sharp teeth. Let us be enthused by Lord Nishingadev. The Sri Nishinga Mahamantra. I bow down to Lord Nishinga, who is ferocious and heroic like Lord Vishnu. He is burning from every side. He is terrific, auspicious, and the death of death personified. It is stated in the Shastra that this mantra is the essence of all kavacha mantras, or mantras meant for wearing in a kavacha or capsule around the neck. The mantra is often written on a small piece of bark, such as from the botch tree. Then it is sealed in the capsule with a tulsi leaf or even flower petals that have been offered to the deity of Lord Nishinga. After worshipping the deity of Lord Nishinga with 16 items of worship, the priest performs a ritual which empowers the kavacha. Then it has full protection. Men wear the kavacha around the neck or on the upper right arm, while women wear it around the neck or on the upper left arm. The kavacha may be worn in all circumstances, at any time, in any place. The Sri Nishinga Kavacha from the Brahma Samhita. Sri Naramuni said, My dear Father and Lord, Master of the universe, Lord of the multitude of demigods headed by Indra, kindly tell me the Kavacha mantra of Lord Nishinga, the incarnation of Vishnu. O Master, reading this Kavacha aloud, a learned man will become victorious throughout the three worlds. Lord Brahma said, My dear Narada, please hear me, O best of my sons, who are rich in austerity. I shall speak this kavacha of Lord Nishinga, which gives victory over the three worlds. My dear son, By recitation of this kavacha, an eloquent person will become victorious throughout the three worlds. It is by reciting and meditating upon this that Lakshmi maintains the three worlds, and Lord Shiva destroys them. Also, the demigods in this way became controllers of the different directions. I shall speak the essence of all Vedic mantras, which wards off all kinds of ghosts and hobgoblins. By its grace, the sage Durvasa became victorious throughout the three worlds, commanding respect and most fearful in his anger. For this kavacha, which is directly perceived as giving victory over the three worlds themselves, I, Brahma, am the Rishi, Gayatri is the meter, and the all-powerful Nishingadev is the deity. One should place Lord Nishinga's mantra on one's head, thinking, "May my head be protected by the moon-colored one, who is the greatest amongst humans. My obeisances unto the ferocious and powerful, the great Vishnu, the fiery one, whose faces are on all sides, the fearful one, Nishinga, who causes the death of even death personified, or the one who can overcome death itself." One should place this mantra, composed of 32 syllables, upon his head. It is the king of all mantras. It is like a wish-fulfilling tree for the demigods and devotees. The three Nakastuti. May the widespread and auspicious nails of the lion-faced god Nishinga, who is in the company of his consort Lakshmi, protect us. His nails are like thunderbolts and highly skilled in tearing asunder the lofty mountain-like heads of the herds of strong and intoxicated elephants in the form of demons, the foes of Indradev. His nails are also meditated upon by groups of devas with their broad minds, which are concentrated upon him, and from whom the darkness of ignorance is driven away to a great distance, and the internal enemies of lust, anger, and greed, in the form of the twain, are vanquished. O consort of Lakshmi, although I've made an all-round study of the Shastras, I didn't find anything equal to you who are my master. Brahma, Shiva, Indra, and their hosts are reduced to ashes by the sparks of fire, resembling sparkling glowworms, and issuing from the curved edge of your right eye, which is filled with masses of wrath. The 108 names of Lord Nishingadev. Obeisances unto the half-man, half-lion Lord. Obeisances to the great lion. Obeisances to the divine lion. Obeisances to the greatly powerful. Obeisances to the angry, terrifying lion. Obeisances to the Lord of Lords. Obeisances to the one who appeared from the pillar. Obeisances to the one who possesses terrifying eyes. Obeisances to the angry one. Obeisances to the one who is wonderful in every way. Obeisances to the most beautiful. Obeisances to the source of all yogic bliss. Obeisances to Lord Vamana, who took 3 great steps. Obeisances to Sri Hari, who takes our troubles away. Obeisances to the roaring Nishingadev. Obeisances to him who carries the disc. Obeisances to him who is always victorious. Obeisances unto him who has ever-increasing glories. Obeisances unto him who is 5-headed. Obeisances unto supreme absolute truth. Obeisances to him who for his devotees is not horrible. Obeisances to him who has terrifying activities. Obeisances to one who has an effulgent face. Obeisances to him with an effulgent garland of flames. Obeisances to he who is the most effulgent. Obeisance to the Supreme Master. Obeisances to him who possesses all good and moral qualities. Obeisances to the 1,000-eyed one. Obeisances to him who is difficult to see and difficult to look at. Obeisances to him who oppresses his enemies with great heat. Obeisances to him who possesses huge teeth. Obeisances to the supremely intelligent in battle, ready to fight. Obeisances to him who is likened to an angry moon.
Obeisances to the all-auspicious Lord. Obeisance to him who destroys Hiranyakashipu. Obeisances to he who destroys the masses of the race of demons and giants. Obeisances unto Nishingadev, who is full of wonderful qualities. Obeisances to him who is very auspicious. Obeisances to him who is auspiciously powerful. Obeisances to the extremely auspicious one. Obeisance to he who possesses a wide open mouth. Obeisances to the Lord who performs wonderful activities. Obeisances to the Lord who performs all activities. Obeisances to him who also appears as Matsya. Obeisances to the soul of the three worlds. Obeisances to the Lord known as the Controller. Obeisances to that Supreme Controller. Obeisances to Nishingadev, who is the very best. Obeisances to him who causes terror by roaring in the sky. Obeisances to that divine person, Nishinga. Obeisances to our infallible Lord Nishinga. Obeisances to the supreme intelligent poet. Obeisances to the husband of Srimati Lakshmi Devi. Obeisances to him who is beyond understanding or beyond explaining. Obeisances to the infallible one. Obeisances to he who is the origin of everything. Obeisances to him who wears a garland of forest flowers or adorned by his loving devotees. Obeisances to the merciful Lord who grants boons to the deserving like Prahlad. Obeisances to Nishinga, who maintains the universe. Obeisances to him who is wonderful. Obeisances to he who determines the future, who is the future for his devotees. Obeisances to that Nishinga who is the all-pervading Lord. Obeisances to Nishinga who is the supreme enjoyer. Obeisances to him who can never be wounded by weapons. Obeisances to him who has sharp nails for weapons. Obeisances to Nishinga, the source of sun. Obeisances to Nishinga, the source of all sun's rays. Obeisances to Nishinga, the Lord of all devatas. Obeisances to Narahari, the thousand-armed Lord. Obeisances to him who is all-knowing. Obeisances to him who awards all perfections to the devotees. Obeisances to Nishinga, who has teeth like lightning bolts. Obeisances to Nishinga, who possesses nails like piercing lightning bolts. Obeisances to the Lord of supreme bliss, Nishingadev. Obeisances to the source of all austerities, spiritual energy, and heat. Obeisances to that divine personality who, although is one, appears as many. Obeisances to him who destroys all machines, demonic plans, arrangements, vehicles for the demonic works. Obeisances to Nishinga, the essence of and the proprietor of all tantras, ritual rites, and pujas. Obeisances to the Lord who appears unmanifest. Obeisance unto Narasimha. Obeisances unto Nishingadev, who for his devotees becomes wonderfully manifest in the pillar when needed. Obeisances to the Lord who always has the well-being of his devotees at heart. Obeisances to that Nishingadev who appeared during the waxing moon of the month Vishaka. Obeisances unto the Lord who is kind to those surrendered to him, like the mother lioness who is kind to her cubs. Obeisances unto Nishingadev who is universally famous. Obeisances unto him who is the essence of piety. Obeisance to that great personality Nishingadev. Obeisances to him who is the performer of moonlike or great deeds, or who performs deeds that eclipse all others. Obeisances to the Lord of the three original Vedas, Rig, Yajur, and Sam. Obeisances to Nishingadev, who is supremely worshipable. Obeisances to Nishingadev, the supreme personality of Godhead. Obeisances to he who is the supreme controller, Nishingadev. Obeisances to the Lord who is just like Krishna, being marked with the symbols of Lakshmi. Obeisances to Nishinga, who pervades the entire universe. Obeisances to the supreme mystic, who makes the material world seem real. Obeisances to the protector of the universe, Nishingadev. Obeisances to the Lord of the universe. Obeisances to him who moves in the air or with the movement of the air and is everywhere. Obeisances to him who has a double form of man-lion. Obeisances to him who is the supersoul of all beings. Obeisances to him, Nishinga, whose effulgence is the source of all Brahman. Obeisances to Nishingadev, who possesses transcendental qualities and not those of the material nature. Obeisances unto him, man-lion, or having a lion's mane while appearing part human. Obeisances to the Supreme Absolute Truth, one who is the Supreme Nature. Obeisances to he who comes from the Supreme Abode. Obeisances to Nishingadev, who is the form of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Obeisances unto the man-lion form together with the Supreme Goddess of Fortune, Srimati Lakshmi Devi. Obeisances unto the universal primeval soul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Nishingadev. Obeisances unto Nishingadev, who is always sober and never being bewildered. Obeisances unto Nishingadev, who is the protector of Prahlad Maharaj and those of that nature surrendered unto him. The Sri Nishinga Astakam. I am meditating on the Supreme Person known as Nishinga, who is attainable through Vedanta philosophy. He is the carrier of the conch and the Sudarshan disc, and he is the only means for crossing the ocean of birth and death. You mercifully protect Nila and Rama with your chaste, spiritual, internal potency. You also extend your protective energy over Prahlad Maharaj. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am also trying to be your devotee. Your lotus feet are comparable in effulgence to the brilliance of the sum total of all of the jewelry possessed by the demigods. Your roaring is like that of the thundering clouds at the universal dissolution. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am trying to be your devotee. You are the maintainer of Prahlad Maharaj, and your open mouth is exactly as the sun, which causes the destruction of the universe. O Lord, your grunts frighten all of the roaming predators of the night. You are always beautifully glorified by sages such as Narada Muni. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am trying to be your devotee. O Nishinga, your divine form is horrifying. You are tearing apart all the wild animals descending from the caves of the mountains to terrify and to drink the blood of everyone. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am trying to be your devotee. O King of the Yogis, Lord of Lords, and the protector of the process of yoga, you are the remover of the sufferings of those who are dear to you. Please glance upon me who is without shelter and possesses no good qualities. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am trying to be your devotee. You are the auspicious lion that dispersed the grief of Prahlad Maharaj. O powerful lion, who tears everything apart in an intoxicated mood. You are the lord of the ferocious predators of the dark night. Your lotus feet are surrounded by all divine and pious personalities, beginning with Lord Indra. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am trying to be your devotee. Some people try to embrace your lotus feet through the process of knowledge. Others try by performing pious activities, and yet others by the path of devotion. O Murari, by your mercy all of them attain liberation. O Nishinga, please protect me too, for I am trying to be your devotee. Thus ends the Nishinga Astakam.
Chapter 10. Parasurama, the Warrior. Long ago, there lived in a forest a Brahmin priest called Jamadagni. He was very religious and had 7 sons, headed by Parasuram. He also possessed a wish-fulfilling cow called Kamadhenu. This magical animal could give one whatever one desired. Still, as a true Brahmin, Jamadagni lived very simply in his humble cottage. One day, Parasuram was away from home. King Arjun, who was traveling through the forest with his army, came upon the hermitage. Jamadagni happily received the king and his army as his guests. With the help of the magical Kamadhenu cow, he offered a huge feast to the king and his men. Instead of being grateful, however, the greedy king stole the cow and left for his capital. Shortly thereafter, Parasuram returned. Hearing of the theft, he became as angry as a trampled snake. Dressed in a black deerskin with matted locks of hair, he took his axe and shield and was fearful to behold. He pursued the wicked king, apprehending the army as they approached the city's gates. There followed a terrible battle. Wherever Parasuram wielded his mighty axe, severed arms, legs, and heads tumbled to the ground. As he killed men, horses, and elephants, the ground became muddy with their blood. Parasuram then challenged the king. He chopped off his arms and, with a final swing of his great axe, lopped off the king's head. Happily returning home with the Kamadhenu, Parasuram told his father everything. But Jamadagni was not pleased at the slightest. "My son," he said, "you have sinned by killing the emperor, the protector of the citizens. The duty of a Brahmin is to develop the qualities of forgiveness. The Supreme Lord is pleased with those who are forgiving." Parasuram felt very sorry and repented his foolishness. To atone for his sin, he set off on a pilgrimage. After 1 year of visiting the tirthas or holy places, he again returned home. One day, Parasuram and his brothers were in the woods near the hermitage. The sons of Arjun were seeking revenge for their father's death, and they stealthily approached the cottage. Seeing Jamadagni seated alone in meditation, they crept up from behind and chopped off his head. Parasuram and his brothers, hearing their mother's screams, rushed back to the house. Overcome with grief and anger, they cried over their father's body. With eyes blazing, Parasuram again took up his axe and pursued the murderers to their capital. In the midst of that city, he created a mountain of heads, severed from the bodies of King Arjun's sons. The ghastly river of blood flowed throughout the entire land, bringing fear to the hearts of all kings who ever disrespected a Brahmin. Chapter 11. Vamana, the dwarf. Millions of years ago, the head of the demons, King Bali, attacked the demigods. With hordes of elephants, chariots, and footmen, they fought for control of the universe. After being heavily defeated, Indra, the king of the demigods, consulted his spiritual teacher. "Even those who are evil may achieve temporary success," said his guru. Because of his penances and charity, Bali has become extremely powerful. Don't try to resist him at the moment. Taking the guru's advice, the demigods retreated, giving up their kingdoms and taking refuge in the lower planets. Bali moved into Indra's palace and began to rule the universe. Indra's mother felt sorry for her son and appealed to Lord Vishnu for help. In response, the Lord agreed to become her son. He entered her womb and in due course took birth, appearing in his blackish form with 4 arms and dressed in yellow garments. Soon after this, he changed his form into that of a dwarf called Vaman. He appeared to be a student priest, wearing a deerskin and a sacred thread, as well as carrying a staff, umbrella, and a water pot. He made his way to the palace of Bali. Just at that moment, the king was preparing for a religious ceremony. Lord Vaman shone so brilliantly as he entered the arena that the priest thought that the sun god himself had arrived. Now King Bali became jubilant upon seeing the sight of the beautiful boy. He welcomed him and offered him a seat. Having worshipped him by bathing his feet, he said, "It is customary that a king give charity to the Brahmins. What may I give you? You can take anything you want: food, cows, horses, elephants, chariots, houses, villages, gold, whatever your heart desires." "O king of the demons," Vaman replied, "I ask only for 3 pieces of your majesty's land, measured by my own footsteps." King Bali was taken aback. "Is that all you want?" "A Brahmin should never ask for more than what he needs," replied Vaman. "I require only enough land upon which to sleep." The king shook his head in disbelief. "My dear Vaman, you are indeed very learned, but you are only a boy. Therefore you are not so intelligent and don't know what's best for you. Take this opportunity. I could easily give you an entire planet." "Thank you," Lord Vaman replied. "However, only one who is not greedy and is content with whatever God provides is truly happy. If I were not happy with 3 pieces of land, I'd also be dissatisfied with an entire planet. And if I did own a planet, then surely I'd want another and another. A person unable to control his greed cannot be happy even if he owns the entire universe." With that, Lord Vaman, the dwarf, began to grow and grow. With his first step, he covered half of the universe. As his second step crossed beyond the heavenly planets, his big toe pierced the covering of the edge of the universe. Not even a square inch of land remained for his third step. Returning to his original size, Vaman said, "O king, you owned all the land throughout the universe as far as the sun, moon, and stars. With 2 paces, I've taken it all from you. But remember, you promised me 3 steps of land." Bali was perplexed. How could he ever keep his promise? Of course, he realized that it was Lord Vishnu himself who had appeared as a dwarf simply to cheat him. The king replied, "O Lord, you are always good whether you punish or reward. You appear to be my enemy, for you side with the demigods. But actually, you are my true friend, helping me understand how this life and any and all possessions are but temporary. Nothing in this world escapes the ravages of time. You have taken all my wealth, but I still have myself. Please, place your 3rd step upon my head." At that moment, Bali's wife stepped forward and addressed the Brahmin boy. "Lord Vaman, foolish men think they own something, but in reality, everything belongs to you. Though my husband is offering you his body, he does not realize that it is but on loan from you. Please forgive his foolishness." Lord Vaman, gently smiling, replied, "My dear queen, your husband has greatly pleased me. Determined to give me everything, he kept nothing for himself. By his full surrender, he has proven to be my true devotee. For this, you shall both live on the subterranean planet called Sitala. It is more opulent than even the celestial realm." After this incident, the demigods defeated the demons and recaptured their heavenly planets. Since that time, King Bali has become famous as one who surrendered everything, including himself, to the service of the Lord. Chapter 12. Rama, the Monarch. Millions of years ago, in the land of India, there lived a king named Dasharatha. His capital was Ayodhya, and from there he ruled the kingdom with his 3 queens. At around the same time, all of these queens became pregnant. 2 of them each delivered a male child, and the 3rd gave birth to twin boys. Thus King Dasharatha had 4 sons, headed by the eldest, they called Rama. The 4 princes grew into valiant warriors. They learned the military arts of fighting with bow and arrow, and with sword and shield. They became expert in the science of government, treating the citizens as their very own family. In due course of time, Rama married a beautiful princess called Sita, and they lived happily in the Ayodhya kingdom. One day, King Dasharatha looked into the mirror, and he noticed a gray hair on his head. "I am getting old," he considered. After consulting his ministers, he announced to the citizens his intention to hand over the kingdom to Rama and to retire to the forest. The citizens were overjoyed. And jubilantly prepared for the coronation. They swept the roads till they were spotless and sprinkled them with scented water. They hung garlands on the gates and doorways and decorated every building with flags and colorful festoons. Not everyone, however, was celebrating. Within the palace, a wicked, hunchbacked maidservant was consulting with one of Dasharatha's wives. She convinced the queen that Rama's coronation was actually a plot to do away with her own son, Bharat. Smoldering with anger, the queen hurried to the king's chamber. Seeing her anguished face, Dasharatha inquired, "My dear wife, what is the matter? Have I done something to upset you? Please tell me, how may I pacify you?" "My husband, do you remember when you fell from your chariot on the battlefield?" she asked. "Yes, and you saved my life." "At that time," the queen continued, "you granted me 2 boons, to ask of you at any time. I want you now to fulfill my wishes. Firstly, I want my own son, Bharat, and not Rama, to be crowned as king. And secondly, I want you to banish Rama to the forest for 14 years. King Dasharatha fainted in shock. Coming then to his senses, he cried out, "My wife, your evil words are sharper than any sword. As king, I must keep my word, though fulfilling it is worse to me than death itself." Bound by his promise, Dasharatha had no choice but to comply with this queen's wishes. He called for Rama and broke the news. Rama, to his credit, was not disturbed in the least, and tried to console his grieving father. Both Sita and Rama's younger brother Lakshman refused to live without Rama. They decided to join him during his exile. All 3 gave up their royal garments of silks, jewelry, and crowns, donning coarse cloth made of tree bark. Amidst deep wails of grief from their family and citizens, they passed quietly through the city gates. Without even looking back, they entered the forest. Life there was simple. Ram and Lakshman built a cottage. Sita collected fruits, vegetables, and herbs for their meals. They enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere and the company of saints and sages. In fact, they lived happily until the 14th and final year. One day, a hideous gray-skinned man-eating Rakshasa, or demon, chanced upon the hermitage. Ram's elegant and divine features captivated her heart, and she longed to marry him. Rama, however, of course, refused her repeated requests, saying, "I am content with one wife, mother." The ugly ogress flew into a jealous rage and rushed at the beautiful Sita. Lakshman stepped forward and with his sword deftly sliced off her nose and ears. Howling, she fled into the jungle, screaming of revenge. A few days later, Rama and Sita were enjoying the splendor of their garden. The princess suddenly sighted a beautifully golden deer with silver spots. "Oh, Rama," she cried out, "what an extraordinary creature! I'd love to have it as my pet. Please, husband, can you get it for me?" Rama, to his credit, however, was suspicious. "It is certainly no ordinary deer," he agreed, "but it may be an illusion created by a magician." "Lakshman, stay here and guard Sita. Under no circumstances must you leave her alone, not even for a moment." Thus ordering his brother, Rama set out to follow the delicate creature. Finally convinced that it was indeed a fake, he released his arrow. The creature fell and resumed its original form as a frightful demon. Just before breathing its last, it cried out in a voice like Rama's, "Lakshman, help me, help me." Lakshman, however, was unmoved when he heard these cries. He knew that no one could ever defeat his brother. Sita, however, could not contain her grief. "Lakshman, did you not hear? Rama is in trouble. Why do you stand there? Please go and help him." But Sita could not convince him. "Now I understand," she declared. "You want Rama out of the way so you can marry me." Sita's cruel words pierced the heart of Lakshman. Determined to prove her wrong, he strode out of the hermitage, leaving Sita alone. Ravana, king of the demon Rakshasas, was waiting. Now was the time to avenge his mutilated sister and see for himself the beauty of Ram's wife. Springing forward, he grasped Sita by the waist and bundled her, screaming for help, into his chariot. Drawn by donkeys, the magical vehicle soared through the skies towards Ravana's capital of Lanka. Lakshman could not console Rama over the loss of his beloved wife. The two brothers wandered the forests, plains, valleys, and mountains, searching for any clue of Sita's whereabouts. After several months, they enlisted the help of an army of monkeys. Their commander, Sugriva, sent search parties throughout the land in all four directions of the north, south, east, and west. They were almost ready to give up when a vulture brought news that Sita was captive on the Isle of Lanka. From their ranks, the monkey generals chose Hanuman for a dangerous mission: to go to Lanka, find Sita, and determine the enemy's military strength. With a single bound, Hanuman crossed the ocean, and after many adventures, found Sita sitting in a wooden grove. She had grown terribly thin, and was constantly shedding tears for her husband. She told Hanuman how she had refused to be Ravana's queen, and how the demon king threatened her that, "If by the end of this year you do not agree, my cooks will serve you for my dinner." Hanuman pacified Sita and assured her that he would return with Rama. Bidding farewell, he again leapt into the air and returned to the army, poised on the shores of the ocean. Lord Rama ordered the monkey soldiers to pick up rocks and boulders and hurl them into the sea. By the Lord's inconceivable power, they floated on the water and very soon formed a bridge stretching all the way to Lanka. With loud cheers, the army marched on Ravana's capital, and the battalions of demons were waiting for battle. As the two armies met, the ground appeared to tilt and tremble, and the clash of weapons was deafening. The Rakshasas released volleys of spears, arrows, and tridents. Against them, the monkey warriors hurtled trees, rocks, and mountain peaks. Gradually, Rama's army began to push back the enemy. Vultures circled the sky, waiting to feed on the carcasses of the dead. Ravana's army, however, was highly organized and almost invincible. When he heard of the defeat of his best generals and the death of his two sons, he became enraged. Rama confronted him and challenged, "O worst of the man-eaters, you resemble a dog. A hound steals food from the kitchen when the owner is out. Similarly, you stole my wife Sita when I was away. Therefore, on this day, I shall send you to the kingdom of death." Rama invoked a celestial weapon. Mounting his personal aeroplane, he showered missiles upon the monkey troops. It hissed through the air like a serpent spitting poison and pierced the demon's heart. Vomiting blood, Ravana fell from his plane, and his lifeless body thudded to the ground. The monkeys cheered and waved their tails in jubilation. When Sita saw her husband once again, her lotus-like face blossomed with joy. Together they mounted a flower aeroplane, and with Lakshmana and Hanuman returned to Ayodhya. It was the night of the new moon and pitch black. Millions of beautiful oil lamps lit up the capital and the roads along the way. Seeing their king returning after such a long time, the citizens of Ayodhya offered flower garlands, waved their shawls, and danced in great jubilation. While Lord Rama was king, all mental and bodily miseries disappeared. Disease, old age, bereavement, fear, and fatigue were completely absent. Death itself did not come for those who did not want it to. Even today, people joyously remember the reign of Lord Rama and remember his example as an ideal king. Chapter 13. Balaram, the Cowherd. "5,000 years ago, Lord Krishna appeared in Bharatvarsh, or India. He and his elder brother Balaram lived in the rural village of Vrindavan on the river Yamuna. Both brothers were exquisitely beautiful, with black hair like the clusters of crow's feathers and eyes like lotus petals. Krishna was bluish-black like a thundercloud, and Balaram was white like a cloud in autumn. Krishna dressed in yellow and sported a flute, while Balaram wore blue and carried a plough. Krishna and Balaram's father Nanda was in charge of the farming community. He and his wife Yasoda owned thousands of dairy cows, which provided milk, yogurt, cream, butter, and ghee. The oxen were used for plowing, milling, and transport, helping to provide grains, fruits, and vegetables. Any excess produce the villagers traded locally in exchange for clothes, jewelry, and other gifts of nature. In this way, life in Vrindavan was simple. Everyone was healthy, prosperous, and fully satisfied. More than anything, the residents of Vrindavan loved Krishna. He was the center of their lives. At the age of 6, he and Balaram were given charge of the cows. Along with their friends, they daily left for the pasturing grounds. As the cows grazed peacefully, Krishna and Balaram, surrounded by their friends, enjoyed the forest atmosphere. There were blossoming flowers, chirping birds, and lakes of crystal clear water. Cool breezes carried the aroma of lotuses and the refreshing spray of waterfalls. The trees, overladen with fruit, bent to the ground as if to offer respects to the two brothers. The boys danced, played, and wrestled. Sometimes they imitated the sounds and movements of animals, such as frogs, monkeys, and peacocks. They played hide-and-seek and football with ball-shaped fruits. While Krishna, Balaram, and their friends enjoyed their day in the forest, the other residents of Vrindavan eagerly awaited their return. More than anyone, it was the milkmaids of Vrindavan, the gopis, who would wait for Krishna, hoping to catch his loving glance. The gopis were Krishna's girlfriends, and they all loved him dearly. On the warm evenings, when the moon was full, Krishna and the gopis would playfully dance in the groves along the Yamuna River. His sweet smiles and joking words captivated their heart. Like everyone in Vrindavan, they were happily absorbed in thoughts of him only. One day, Krishna and Balaram left for Mathura, a city nearby. They promised to return, but they never did. Nanda and Yasoda, the cowherd boys, and especially the gopis, were all plunged into an ocean of grief. Over the years, Krishna and Balaram became famous as royal princes ruling the kingdom of Dwarka. Long gone was the simple village life. They lived in great opulence in huge marble palaces bedecked with jewels. They had their queens, their children, their ministers, and their vast armies. Once, anxious to see his father and mother again, Balaram left Dwarka by chariot. Upon reaching Vrindavan, he was enthusiastically greeted by all of the residents. They embraced him with tears and laughter. Nanda and Yasoda asked about the welfare of the two brothers and their relatives. The gopis had all been heartbroken by Krishna's absence. Now they began to ask questions about him. Does he still remember his parents and his friends who loved him dearly? There are so many sophisticated women in Dwarka. He must be very happy in their company. Does he still remember us simple village girls? As the gopis talked in this way, their feelings for Krishna became intense. Recalling his attractive features and sweet words, they could not check their feelings, and thus they began to cry. To pacify them, Lord Balaram stayed there for 2 months, relating the many stories of Krishna in Dwarka, and once again they enjoyed themselves on the banks of the river Yamuna. One evening, Balaram had been drinking a beverage made of wild honey, and in the silver light of the full moon was smiling resplendently. He desired to bathe in the waters of the Yamuna, and thus called the river to come nearby. Yamuna, however, refused, thinking him to be drunk. Balaram's eyes turned red in anger. Picking up his plow, he threatened to scratch the Yamuna into hundreds of scattered streams. Yamuna, afraid and trembling, appeared in person before him. With folded hands she bowed before him and begged his forgiveness. Balaram was pleased with her and enjoyed bathing with the gopis in her water. Now the river Yamuna still has many branches due to being scratched by the plowshare of Balaram. The 2 months passed as if it was no more than one day. Balaram and the gopis so enjoyed themselves. In the company of Lord Balaram, the gopis and other residents of Vrindavan became as cheerful as they had been before in the presence of both divine brothers. Chapter 14. Krishna, the Cowherd Prince. Krishna was born in northern India in approximately 3228 BC. The Puranas consider Sri Krishna's life to mark the passing of the Dwapara Yuga and the entrance into Kali Yuga, the Iron Age of quarrel and hypocrisy. Krishna was born in prison to devout parents, Devaki and Vasudeva. At the time of his birth, his life was in danger because the tyrant Kamsa was seeking to kill him. It had been foretold that Kamsa would be killed by Devaki's 8th child. Since Krishna was that 8th child, he was smuggled out of prison to be raised by his foster parents, Nanda and Yasoda, in Gokul. Nanda Maharaj lived a simple life and was a chief in the local cow-herding community. The young Krishna is often depicted in these happy days as a mischievous child who enjoyed playing pranks and having fun. However, even in his young years, Krishna is reported to have killed many demons like Trinavarta, Keshi, and Putana. Krishna, or Shamasundar, is often depicted playing the flute for his beloved gopis or cowherd maids. Of these, certainly, Radha was the greatest. On his return to Mathura, Krishna finally killed his uncle Kamsa, after he had tried many times to have Krishna killed. In Mathura, he befriended the Pandava prince Arjuna. Krishna became his dearmost counsel and friend. The Kurukshetra war was a battle between the Pandavas and the Kuvaras, led by King Dhritarashtra. Despite the provocations by the Kuvaras, Krishna tried to mediate to avoid a conflict. He asked the Kuvaras to give the Pandavas just a small amount of land. Dhritarashtra, however, refused any compromise. Once war became inevitable, Krishna offered a choice to his dearmost friend Arjuna. Either he could choose Krishna himself, or he could choose Krishna's armies. Arjuna chose the counsel of Krishna. On the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Krishna gave the immortal dialogue of the Bhagavad Gita, or the Song of God. On that same battlefield, Krishna also unveiled his Vishvarat Swarup, the universal form, to Arjuna. Thus Krishna revealed himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In later life, Krishna retired to Dwarka, where he lived for many years. Legend has it that Krishna was killed by an arrow through his ankle when he was shot by a hunter who mistook him for a beautiful deer. Down through the ages, and even today, the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, is a seminal spiritual practice for countless millions of sincere spiritual seekers around the globe. Chapter 15. Gautama Buddha, the Enlightened One. "600 years before the birth of Christ, there lived in India, or Bhartavash, King Soldana. One night, Queen Maya, his wife, had a vivid dream. She dreamt that angels whisked her away to a golden house high in the Himalayan mountains. They bathed her and laid her on a silken bed. Then a white elephant, carrying a lotus flower in its trunk, approached her, touched her right side with the lotus, and a baby entered her womb. Upon waking, the queen excitedly told her husband everything. The king summoned his advisor. His advisor could see past, present, and future, and foretold that the queen would soon give birth to a son who would become either a saintly king or a famous religious teacher. 9 months later, the queen indeed gave birth to a son. On his body were all the signs of a great person. He had long earlobes, and the soles of his feet bore the marks of chariot wheels. His parents gave him the name Siddhartha Gautama. Sadly, just 8 days after his birth, the queen died. As the child grew, King Soldana constantly remembered the wise man's words. He was hopeful that Siddhartha might become a powerful king, but he was afraid also. Perhaps my son, he thought, will be happy to renounce the kingdom and become a wandering mendicant. He therefore ordered his servants that the prince should never under any circumstances leave the palace grounds. He gave Siddhartha everything. The prince wore costly silks and jewels and ate the finest foods. The country's greatest musicians, dancers, and actors entertained him. Ultimately, he married a girl more captivating than the celestial beauties of heaven. Still, Prince Siddhartha was not entirely happy, for there arose within his heart a longing to know that which lay beyond the palace walls. One day, when he was 29 years old, Siddhartha managed to escape the vigilance of his father's guards and left the palace grounds for the first time in his life. Seated on a chariot, he passed a wrinkled, gray-haired man, hobbling by with a walking stick. He then saw a man lying beside the road, wheezing and coughing blood. Almost immediately there passed a procession of people weeping and carrying a lifeless body. Siddhartha didn't know what to make of it. He stopped a passing monk and inquired, "Who are these people, and what are they doing?" The sage replied, "Young man, no one who takes birth in this world can avoid the 3 types of suffering: old age, disease, and death." Shocked at his news, Siddhartha returned undetected to the palace. "Why must there be suffering?" he asked himself repeatedly. Then and there, he vowed to himself to solve these problems. One night, whilst everyone was sound asleep, he crept from the palace and entered the forest, never to return. He lived the life of an ascetic, accepting great discomfort. He did not care for the clothes he wore, nor the food he ate. Sometimes he fasted for weeks and bathed in freezing mountain streams. Still, Siddhartha was not happy. Previously, life's luxuries had not brought him any contentment, but neither had his present life of deliberate discomfort. Finally, he broke his fast and took to what his disciples called the middle path. He was moderate in everything. He neither ate too much nor too little, nor slept too long nor too short. One day, sitting in deep meditation under a great Bodhi tree, he fixed his gaze upon the northern star. His attention became unwavering, and he attained peace of mind. He was free from all worldly desires, from lust, greed, and anger. From that day on, people called him Buddha. It is, after all, only the body that gets sick, becomes old, and dies. Knowing this, he achieved his ambition to become free from all miseries. As was foretold, Lord Buddha became famous as a religious teacher and gathered thousands of disciples. He taught the principles of compassion and non-violence. The people of the time were largely atheistic and misusing the Vedas for their own selfish purposes. In the name of the scriptures, they were opening huge slaughterhouses and killing daily thousands of innocent animals. Therefore, Lord Buddha outwardly rejected the Vedas and stressed a strictly vegetarian diet. In this way, the compassionate one saved the poor animals and at the same time tricked the atheists into following him. An incarnation of God. Chapter 16. Kalki, Justice Personified. As the 10,000-year period of the Golden Age within Kali Yuga comes to a close, the lower modes of material nature will become so strong that people will lose interest in spirituality. Everyone will become godless. The devotees, bhaktas, and sages that are left on the planet by this time will be so unique in character and peculiar compared with the rest of society that they will be ridiculed and hunted down in the cities for sport like animals. Thus they will flee the cities to live underground in caves or high up in the mountains, or simply disengage from the earthly plane of existence. They will even leave the once pious land of India, as explained in the Kalki Purana. As the 10,000-year period of the Golden Age within Kali Yuga comes to a close, the lower modes of material nature will become so strong that people will lose interest in spiritual topics. Everyone will become godless. The devotees, bhaktas, and sages that are left on the planet by this time will be so unique in character and peculiar compared with the rest of society that they will be ridiculed and hunted down in the cities for sport like animals. Thus, they will flee the cities to live underground in caves or high up in the mountains, or simply disengage from the earthly plane of existence. They will even leave the once pious land of India, as explained in the Kalki Purana. At present, the pious Brahmins have left this country, having been chastised by the powerful Kali, who is envious of saintly persons and who destroys the practice of religious principles. In this way, genuine, saintly, or spiritually advanced persons will disappear from the face of the earth. That is the time when the dark influence of the age of Kali will become so dominant, unleashing all of its influence, that all of the prophecies will manifest without hindrance. Things will become so bad as the years go by that this world will be like one of the hellish planets in which people are born only to suffer. There will be corruption in government and police, and they will be no better, worse in fact, than common criminals. Citizens will have no protection. They will be subjected to the worst crimes with no solution. Everyone will be fighting with each other. The world will slide into a state of constant war and chaos. Finally, after 432,000 years from the beginning of the age of Kali, Lord Kalki will appear as the 22nd avatar of God. There are many avatars, as stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. O Brahmins, the incarnations of the Lord are innumerable. This is especially the case when the planets are overly disturbed by miscreants and atheists. In Kali Yuga, many years go by in which constant disturbances and social upheavals are allowed to occur, but the Vedic literature predicts that at the end of the Yuga, Lord Kalki will make his appearance to change everything, as described in the following verses of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Thereafter, at the conjunction of two yugas, the Lord of creation will take his birth as the Kalki incarnation and become the son of Vishnu Yasa. At this time, the rulers of the earth will have degenerated into plunderers. Lord Kalki will appear in the home of the most eminent Brahmin of Shambhala village, the great soul Vishnu Yasa. At the end of Kali Yuga, when there exist no topics on the subject of God, even at the residences of so-called saints and respectable gentlemen of the three higher varnas or castes, and when the power of government is transferred to the hands of ministers elected from low-born Sudra class or those less than them. And when nothing is known of the techniques of sacrifice, even by word, at that time the Lord will appear as the supreme chastiser. The Vishnu Purana also explains that when the practices taught in the Vedas and institutes of law have nearly ceased, and the close of the Kali age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being who exists of his own spiritual nature, and who is the beginning and the end, and who comprehends all things, shall descend upon the earth. He will be born in the family of Vishnu Yasa, an eminent Brahmin of the Shambhala village, as Kalki, endowed with 8 superhuman faculties. The Mahabharata adds to the description of Lord Kalki's appearance. Impelled by time, a Brahmin named Kalki Vishnu Yasa will be born. He will possess great energy, intelligence, and prowess. He will be born in a village called Shambhala, in a blessed Brahmin family. As soon as thought of, vehicles, weapons, warriors, arms and armors will be at his command. He will be the imperial sovereign, ever victorious by the strength of his virtue. He will restore order and peace in this world, overcrowded with creatures and contradictory in its laws. That effulgent and great intelligent Brahmin will destroy all things. He will be the destroyer of all, and he will be the maker of a new yuga, Satya Yuga. That effulgent twice-born one, surrounded by the Brahmins, will exterminate all the law and the lechas wherever they will be found. The Agni Purana also explains that when the non-Aryans who pose as kings begin devouring men who appear righteous and feed on human beings, Kalki will destroy these non-Aryans with his weapons. He will establish moral law in the form of the 4-fold Varnas, or the suitable organization of society into 4 classes according to ability, and that people will return to the path of righteousness. The Padma Purana relates that Lord Kalki will end the age of Kali and will kill all the wicked Malechas, low-class and evil beings, and thus destroy its bad condition for the world. He will gather all of the distinguished Brahmins and will propound the highest truths. He will know all the ways of life that have persisted and will remove the prolonged hunger of the genuine Brahmins and the pious. He will be the only ruler of the world that cannot be controlled, and will be the banner of victory and adorable to the world. To clarify the prophecy, it is also mentioned in the Brahma Purana what the conditions will be near the end of Kali Yuga, and what Kalki's actions and purpose will be. At that point in time, there will be chaos upon the earth. Everywhere, the undesirable activities of the thieves and plunderers would be on the increase. At that point in time, in the house of a Brahmin named Vishnu Yasa, Narayan shall appear in one of his rays in the form of the great Kalki, as the son of that Brahmin. He will be mounted on a very large horse, and holding a sword in his hand, he shall destroy all the Malechas, wicked, selfish, and low-minded people upon the earth. Thus, the earth will be rid of the Malechas, after which he will disappear. Here, in these verses, we find that Lord Kalki will come as the chastiser or warrior. By this time, the planet will be filled with people who will be unable to understand even logical conversation. They will be too slow-minded and dull-witted, not capable of being taught much, especially in the way of high spiritual philosophy regarding the purpose of life. They will not know what they need to do or how to live. They will certainly be unable to change their ways. Therefore, Lord Kalki does not come to teach, but simply to chastise, punish, and cleanse the planet. For this reason, the Srimad Bhagavatam refers to Lord Kalki as the killer of the Mlecha, most wicked and low-born persons, outcast meat-eaters who pose as kings. It is important to note that in these descriptions we will also find the name of the place where Lord Kalki will appear, and the name of the family in which he will be born. The family will be qualified Brahmins. That means that a disciplic and family line of spiritually qualified Brahmins will remain on the planet throughout the age of Kali, no matter how bad things get. Though they may be hidden, living in a small village somewhere, it will be this line of bhaktas, spiritual devotees of the Vedic tradition, from which Lord Kalki will appear in the distant future. In this connection, we find in the Padma Purana the prediction that Lord Kalki will be born in the town of Shambhala, near the end of Kali Yuga, from a Brahmin who is actually an incarnation of Manu. It is further described that this young Brahmin performed austerities at Naimisa on the bank of the Gomati River for acquiring the privilege of having Lord Vishnu as his son in 3 different lifetimes. Lord Vishnu, being pleased with this great devotee, granted the blessings that he would appear as the son of Lord Ram, Krishna, and Kalki. Also in the Padma Purana, we find Lord Vishnu admits that he will be born in Kali Yuga. Thus, he will appear as Lord Kalki. This aspect is more fully explained in the Kalki Purana. When the demigods, headed by Brahma, went to Lord Vishnu asking for respite from the conditions on earth, he assured them that he would be taking birth on earth as Kalki, but he also mentions the name of his mother and his wife-to-be, as well as her family, additional factors along with those already mentioned, to indicate how he will be recognized. Thus it is important to consider these factors to understand that not just anyone can claim to be Kalki, which many ordinary or even unscrupulous men try to do. So this is what Lord Vishnu says about appearing as Kalki. After hearing everything that the demigods had to say regarding the situation on earth, the lotus-eyed Lord Hari Vishnu said, "O Brahma, rest assured that I will soon descend to the earth and appear in the village known as Shambhala. I will take birth in the house of a Brahmin named Vishnu Yasa, from the womb of his wife Sumati. My mission will be to eliminate the wicked Kali and his influence with the help of my 4 brothers. O demigods, your expansion should also take birth on the earth to assist me in my mission. My consort, the lotus-eyed Kamala Devi, will also appear upon the earth. O demigods, you should not delay. By your plenary portions, take birth upon the earth. Later on, I will entrust the responsibility for ruling the earth to 2 powerful kings, named Maru and Devapai. I will then again establish Satya Yuga, and thus reinstate the principles of religion as they were before. Rest assured that I will return to Vaikuntha only after destroying the poisonous snake, Kali." In the Kalki Purana, Lord Parasuram, as Kalki's teacher, explains to Lord Kalki, after his training, what his mission shall be. "You have learned the art of discharging arrows from me. You will imbibe transcendental knowledge from Sukadev Goswami, and you will be awarded a powerful weapon by Lord Shiva. Thereafter, you will marry a woman named Padma in the island of Simhala, Sri Lanka. Your mission will be to re-establish Sanatan Dharma. Thereafter, you will set out to conquer the world, and in the course of that conquest, you will defeat many sinful kings who are representatives of Kali. You will also annihilate many followers of Buddhism, and finally, you will entrust the responsibility of ruling the world to Devapi and Maru. When it says here that Lord Kalki will annihilate many followers of Buddhism, we must remember that by this time, Buddhism, as we know it today, will have faded out long before this. By this time, as it is explained elsewhere, any form of religion will simply be a collection of vague ideas that include no real knowledge of a personal God or of the nature of the soul. All such knowledge will have long ceased to exist from most of the planet. Therefore, whatever is left of any religion by the time of Lord Kalki will only be a cheating form of atheism. All such forms of atheism, along with sinful rulers who follow such philosophy of irresponsibility, will have to be removed if there is going to be a reappearance of the golden age of Satya Yuga. This is the mission of Lord Kalki. Chapter 17. The 10 Incarnations Overview.
Matsya, the first avatar of Vishnu, is in the form of a fish. Vishnu took the form of Matsya to rescue the Manu, the first man as per the Hindu epics, from a huge destruction. Once, King Satyavrat was performing a sacred ceremony besides a river. While scooping in some water from the river to offer to Surya, the sun god, he accidentally caught a tiny fish in the palm of his hand. Satyavrat was ready to release the fish back into the water, but the fish requested otherwise. The tiny fish begged him not to throw it back into the river, as the river had bigger fishes that would prey upon it. To save itself from other predators of the sea, the fish requested the king to take it along with him to his palace, convincing him that his palace would be safe and big enough to accommodate a small fish. King Satyavrat took pity on the little fish and took it with himself to his palace. Upon reaching there, he put the fish in a small bowl. The king was happy and satisfied that he was able to save the life of this little being. The next morning, Satyavrat came to check on the fish and was surprised to see that the tiny fish he had brought with him had grown large enough to fill the entire pot. Its size had become so large that its movement inside the pot became restricted. The fish requested the king to place it in a larger vessel, as it would not be able to survive in this pot for long. The king agreed and transferred it to a larger vessel he had. But the same night, the fish had outgrown the size of this vessel too. The fish again requested the king to move it to a place big enough to ensure her survival. Satyavrat immediately ordered his servants to carry the fish into a pond. For the moment, it seemed like the fish would live there happily, but the next morning, Satyavrat was shocked to see the fish outgrow the size of the pond. This time, the king transferred the fish to the largest lake of his kingdom, but in no time, the fish outgrew the lake too. The king had no other option but to drop the fish into the ocean from where he originally rescued it. He apologized to the fish that despite being a king, he could not save her or provide her enough to ensure her survival. As the fish was dropped into the ocean, its size knew no bounds. It grew beyond what Satyavrat's eyes could see. At this point, Satyavrat concluded that this was no ordinary animal, but it had to be a divine appearance of God. Satyavrat bowed to the fish and apologized for thinking in his pride that he could save every living being on earth. He offered his prayers and requested the fish to reveal to him the ulterior motive behind this form. The Matsya took the form of Sri Vishnu and blessed Satyavrat. Matsya told the king that in 7 days a huge devastation in the form of flood would engulf the earth, killing almost all of the creation. Matsya ordered the king to call the 7 sages and gather samples of herbs, seeds and all forms of life to repopulate the earth upon the destruction was over. Matsya promised Satyavrat that it would send a boat to save them, and with its help they would be able to survive to begin the new cycle of Yuga. The king, upon understanding the orders of Matsya, began working on gathering everything as told to him. After 7 days, as Matsya had predicted, huge clouds appeared in all directions and began pouring on land and sea. The huge waves from the ocean flowed into the land, becoming one with it. Soon there was no land in sight, and the entire earth was flooded in water. Then Satyavrat, with all his companions, saw a large mysterious boat floating towards them across the waves. Remembering the words of Matsya, Satyavrat onboarded the 7 rishis, animals, all his belongings, and himself on the boat, finding some safety. Soon Matsya appeared there with the snake Vasuki. Vasuki tied itself to the boat on one side and held on to the horns of Matsya on the other side. Matsya, with the help of Vasuki, towed the boat across the waters of devastation. For countless days, darkness covered the world, and they wandered across the stormy ocean, waiting for the waters to subside. During their journey and the days of patience, Vishnu, in the form of Matsya, preached King Satyavrata and the 7 sages the spiritual knowledge of the Vedas. Thus, Vishnu, the preserver from the Holy Trinity, was able to save mankind and brought them into the new era, the beginning of Satyayuga. Satyavrat came to be known as Manu, the first man, and the 7 sages who accompanied him became the Saptarishis, going on to repopulate the earth. Once, Devas or the demigods lost their immortality due to a curse by the short-tempered sage Durvasa. The sage had once presented a garland of flowers to Indra, the king of demigods, who carelessly gave it away to his elephant, which stepped on it. The Devas then approached Vishnu for help. Vishnu asked them to churn the ocean of milk. However, this task wasn't something the Devas could do by themselves. Vishnu said that they would need the help of the Asuras to accomplish this task. Although the Devas and the Asuras were never on good terms and were known to disrupt each other's lives, they came to agreement for this cause in exchange for the offer to share Amrit or the nectar of immortality that would ensure their invincibility. Upon the news of the cooperation between the Devas and the Asuras, Vishnu told them what exactly to do. In the universe is a sacred ocean of milk. They would have to throw in all kinds of vegetables, grass, creepers and herbs into the ocean and churn it. From this churning, he said, would come the nectar of immortality. To churn the ocean, they would have to use the golden mountain Mandar as a churning rod. With great difficulty and Vishnu's help, they managed to lift and transfer Mount Mandar to the milk ocean. They used Vasuki, the giant serpent, as a rope. In the beginning, playing a trick, Indra asked the Asuras for the head end of Vasuki. But Asura, suspecting foul play, took the head end only to be deceived as the poison from Vasuki was slowly weakening them. Wrapping Vasuki around the mountain, the demons took hold of his head and the demigods took his tail and began churning the ocean. They tried to churn, but the mountain sank into the ocean and they began to despair. Vishnu then took the form of the gigantic tortoise, Kurma, and supported the mountain on his back. In the form of a giant tortoise, Kurma balanced the opposing forces of the demons and the demigods above the churning rod of Mount Mandar in the milk ocean. The demons and the demigods started to churn again, back and forth. Kurma felt as though they were scratching an itch on his back, and this gave him pleasure. The first thing the churning produced was a deadly poison which threatened the whole world. This was selflessly drunk by Lord Shiva to save everyone. To know more about the story in detail, watch the video linked in the comments below. As they continued churning, many wonderful things came out of the ocean. But at last, they got what they wanted, the nectar of immortality. Both groups wanted the Amrit, and a quarrel developed. Vishnu came to the aid of the demigods to help them get the nectar for themselves. Lord Vishnu took the form of an Apsara a beautiful maiden named Mohini, and seduced the asuras into letting her distribute the nectar and also to abide by her order of distribution. As soon as the devas were served, Mohini disappeared, thus deceiving the asuras and making them totally weak. Seeing that they had lost the Amrit, the asuras attacked the devas, and after a terrible battle, the asuras were defeated. In the end, the devas, who were the devotees of Vishnu, got the nectar. Hiranyaksh was the first and the greatest demon that ever walked this earth. His body was so big and so strong that it blocked the view in all directions just like a mountain. The crest of his crown seemed to kiss the sky and cover the sun. When he walked, the earth shook at his every step. Even the demigods or the devas hid themselves from him. Fearing death at the hands of no one, he wandered the earth searching for a suitable opponent to fight. He wore golden anklets, a golden girdle, golden bracelets on his arm, and golden armor and a crown of gold. To obtain this gold, he mined the earth. He considered the earth as his property to do with as he wished, and so he mined the earth deeper and deeper, so deep that Mother Earth lost her balance and fell from her position in space. Plunging to the depths, she came to rest in the primeval waters which lie at the very bottom of the universe. There she lay, lost and helpless in darkness. Hiranyaksh had a boon from Lord Brahma that no beast, nor man, nor god would kill him. Vishnu saw the distress of planet Earth as she was lying in the dark ocean. So Vishnu took the form of a gigantic boar, Varah, and entered the universe to rescue the earth from the deep. It is said that Varah first appeared in a tiny form, no larger than a thumb, and steadily grew until he seemed to fill the heavens. Although a boar is normally considered to be an ugly animal, Varah was the most beautiful one. All the demigods and the sages sung his glories as he dived into the ocean to rescue earth. Meanwhile, Hiranyaksh roamed about restlessly, looking for someone with whom to do battle. As Varah was picking up the earth on his tusks, the angry demon came upon him and eagerly challenged him to fight. He pushed the earth to the Patal Lok, or the under of the sea. He stole the Vedas, the holy scriptures from Lord Brahma while he was sleeping, and performed huge atrocities. There was a great battle fought for the sake of the earth, in which the demon finally lost his life. Varah picked up the earth with his two tusks and carefully restored her to her proper position in the space. He also retrieved the Vedas from the Asura and brought it back to the safe custody of Lord Brahma. Among the 9 avatars of Lord Vishnu that have appeared so far, the Narasimha is the fiercest one. Hailed as the preserver and the sustainer of the universe, Vishnu transformed into a ferocious form to eliminate Asura king Hiranyakashyap, who had created havoc in the 3 worlds. Hiranyakashyap was the brother of Hiranyaksh, who was killed by the second avatar of Vishnu, the Varaha avatar. When he saw that Hiranyaksh had been killed by Vishnu, he swore vengeance. He meditated to Lord Brahma, and because of his severe penance, the Devas were frightened and asked Brahma to pacify the king. Brahma was impressed by his austerity and granted him a wish. Hiranyakashyap tried to force Brahma to make him immortal. Brahma, however, could not do that because even he had to die someday. So instead, the demon extracted from him various assurances. He asked his boon to be that he would not die during the day or the night, on land, at sea, or in the sky, inside or outside, by the hands of human or beast, or by any weapon. Brahma granted him his wish. Now he thought he was immortal. With blazing eyes, he called all his associates together and vowed to kill Vishnu and sever his head from his body. He commanded his associates to go down to earth and attack the Brahmanas and devotees of Vishnu. Wherever cows were protected, the demons set fire to the houses and cut down the trees. Vedic culture places special importance on the welfare of Brahmins, cows, and trees. Hiranyakashyap knew that if they attacked these 3, they would be destroying all that was most dear to Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu then set about becoming the most powerful person in the universe, trampling all beneath him and spreading a reign of terror. But he was always in search of Vishnu to kill him. Having obtained the boon from Brahma, he considered himself the supreme god and forbade all worship of gods by anyone. In due course, Hiranyakashipu had a son. His name was Prahalad. When Prahalad was born to Hiranyakashipu's wife Kayadhu, the demon was in the Himalayas doing intense penance to please Lord Brahma for obtaining his boon. Interestingly, Prahalad was destined to take birth at the humble abode of Devrishi Narad Muni, and none other than goddess Yogmaya helped Kayadhu deliver her baby. Therefore Prahalad was always surrounded by sages who preached him the greatness of Vishnu. Prahalad grew up to be a great devotee and had the blessings of Lord Vishnu and the other gods even when he was in his mother's womb. Hence, despite being the son of an asura, the boy turned out to be quite different from his father and exhibited divine qualities. From the beginning of his life, Prahalad spread light and love around him. His father tried every possible way to turn the boy into a demon like him, but nothing worked. Unable to tolerate a member of his family worshipping his mortal enemy, he decided to kill his own son. But it was not easy. He gave him to his soldiers to execute, but they couldn't do it. He tried throwing him off a cliff, crushing him beneath an elephant, putting him amongst venomous snakes and poisoning his food, but nothing would work. During a particular attempt on Prahalad's life, King Hiranyakashipu called upon his sister Holika for help. Holika had a special cloak garment that prevented her from being harmed by fire. Hiranyakashipu asked her to sit on a bonfire with Prahalad by tricking the boy to sit on her lap. However, as the fire rode, the garment flew from Holika and covered Prahalad. Holika burned to death. Prahalad came out unharmed. Prahalad's life was always protected by some supernatural force. Finally, in anger, Hiranyakashipu demanded, "Where do you get your strength?" "From the same place you get yours, father, from Vishnu," said Prahalad. "Where is this Vishnu of yours? Let me see him so that I can kill him." "He is everywhere," replied Prahalad. "Then he must be in this pillar too," cried the demon, and rushing at a nearby pillar of the palace, struck it a terrible blow. At that moment, a fearful sound came from the pillar, as if the universe itself was about to split apart. All who heard it were afraid. The pillar burst and a terrifying form emerged from it, with the head of a lion and a body of a man. This was Narasimha, the man-lion incarnation of Vishnu, who had come to protect his devotee Prahalad. Hiranyakashipu tried to attack him, as an insect flies into a fire. After a brief struggle, Narasimha picked up the demon and killed him. He was killed at the point of dusk, neither a day nor night. He was killed on the lap of Vishnu, neither land nor air nor sea. His death took place on the threshold of the palace, neither inside nor outside. He was killed by the Lord's nails, not by any weapon. He died at the hands of neither a human nor an animal, but a half-man, half-lion. Thus, Vishnu's Narasimha avatar, while keeping all of the conditions of Brahma intact, still killed the demon Hiranyakashipu, who had so cruelly tried to end the life of his devotee Prahalad. After his death, Hiranyakashipu was free from his hatred of Vishnu. Being purified by Narasimha's touch, he gained liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Despite being an asura, King Bali was a pious man and was a devotee of Vishnu like his grandfather Prahalad. He had become so powerful that he had acquired all of the Prithvi Lok, the earth. During his process of empowering the asuras through his might and penance, Bali was ready to conquer the other two lokas as well, Swargalok and Patal Lok. Indra feared that the Devas were becoming incapable of defeating the asuras under the leadership of Bali. He feared if Bali conquered the Swargalok, the Devas would be forced to leave their abode. Therefore, the Devas reached to Vishnu for help. To save the Devas, Vishnu appeared in the most beautiful form of a Brahmin dwarf named Vaman. Vamana was so enchanting that no one could resist his charm. So divine was his beauty that upon a glance, women would want to adopt him for a son. One day, the Brahmin Vamana reached the court of King Bali requesting for charity or alms. It was a custom in the court of Bali that no Brahmin would leave his palace empty-handed. So the king was more than willing to offer the Brahmin anything he desired. Upon questioning his needs, Vamana said that he wanted land measuring up to 3 steps of his tiny feet. But Bali urged the Brahmin that he was capable of giving him more and insisted that he asked enough that he would never have to ask anything else ever again. "If I were not satisfied with just 3 paces of land," responded Vamana, "I would not be satisfied even with the whole universe. If I got one island, I would want others. It is better to be satisfied with whatever destiny brings, for discontent can never bring happiness." In this way he hinted that Bali should not have set out to conquer the whole universe, because it would never bring him happiness. When sage Shukracharya, the guru of the Asuras, heard these words from Vamana's mouth, he knew in that moment that it was none other than Vishnu who had come to trick the king. He immediately warned his disciple King Bali not to give anything to the Brahmin, as it was Vishnu. He told that Vishnu will take away from him all that he owned and give it to the Devas. But Bali had given his word to the Brahmin that he would fulfill all his desires, and therefore could not go back on his word. He agreed on giving Vamana his 3 paces of land. Shukracharya, understanding Vishnu's motives, tried to manipulate the king for his own welfare. He said that as per the Shastras, a grihast could only donate 5% of what he earned for charity. But Bali, being a devotee of Vishnu, did not even for a moment flinch about giving away everything for his lord. Bali asked Vamana to measure his 3-foot size land and it would be given to him. Then Vishnu, in the form of Vamana, began growing his size. He grew and grew until he filled the whole universe. Everything was within his form: the earth, the sea, the birds, beasts, and human beings, and all the planets themselves. Bali saw everything that existed in the wonderful form of the Lord. His feet was the surface of the earth, his breath was the wind, his hair was the clouds, and his eyes were the sun. He then lifted his foot to measure 3 steps. In 1 step he measured the whole earth under his feet. In the 2nd step he covered the Svargalok. Vamana, in his gigantic form, asked Bali that he had covered the earth and the heaven in 2 strides. Now there was nothing left in the universe that could satisfy his demand of the 3rd foot of land. But since Bali had promised him 3 foot of land, it was his duty to fulfill his promise. Bali was defeated. But in all his humility, he requested Vishnu to come back to his original form of Vamana so he could fulfill his promise. Vishnu accepted his request and returned to his gentle form of a dwarf. The king then asked Vamana to put his 3rd step on his head, thus surrendering everything he had, even himself, to Vishnu. Vishnu, pleased by the devotion and sincerity of Bali, gives back everything to Bali except for Svargalok, thus ensuring his devotees' prosperity and also the welfare of the Devas. In the Parshuram avatar, born to a pious sage, Jamadagni and Renuka, Vishnu incarnated himself as a Brahmin priest and is the only incarnation that is immortal. He is said to be one of the 7 Chiranjeevis and will be alive on earth till the end of Kali Yuga. The world was once overburdened with kings and soldiers, also known as Kshatriyas, under the Hindu Varna system. This created a lot of fight and disturbances in the world. The duty of the rulers of society is to protect religious principles and the teachers of religion, the Brahmins. When they fail to do this, they become a burden on earth. Parshuram chose the life of a warrior to fight and destroy the abuse of the Kshatriyas, who at the time were misusing their powers to hurt the innocent. Although he was born in a Brahmin family, he called himself a Kshatriya Brahmin. He sought himself weaponry to fight against the Kshatriya kings and eradicated the presence of many Kshatriya kingdoms on earth with nothing more than an axe as a weapon, which was presented to him by Shiva. Kartavirya, a powerful king, once went to Jamadagni's home when he was out, and after a meal stole the Kamadhenu cow, which was supposed to give endless quantity of milk. Jamadagni was enraged, and he went and killed the king and brought back Kamadhenu. On hearing this, the son of the king came back and killed Jamadagni. Parashuram was enraged at this and went and avenged the death of his father by killing the king's son. It is said that he killed the Kshatriya race, misusing their powers over 21 battles. The wealth and land that he owned upon winning the battles was donated to the Brahmanas and the poor people. Parashuram then renounced fighting and went to the Himalayas to perform penance. Despite being an incarnation of Vishnu, Parashuram is also often known as the one who killed his mother. While this is considered to be a huge sin as per the Hindu tradition, the full story behind this incident is often not known. Parashuram's mother Renuka once set out to the bank of Ganges to fetch some water. There she saw a handsome prince sporting in the water with some beautiful women. The man was actually Chitraratha, the king of the Gandharvas, and the beautiful women surrounding him were the Apsaras from heaven. Renuka felt strongly attracted to the prince and wished to be in his company. In his charming beauty, she lost all sense of time and overstayed there gazing at the prince. She had completely forgotten that her husband Jamadagni was waiting for her to begin his yagya. When she came back to her senses, she immediately rushed back to her ashram to serve her husband. Jamadagni, being a powerful sage, had already seen the mental state of his wife through his powers of meditation. He was very well aware of his wife's adulterous thoughts and became furious at her. Enraged, he ordered his sons to kill their mother. His first 4 sons were unsure about this order. In the Vedic culture, it is a sin to murder any woman, and killing one's own mother was a crime that had no remorse. But it was also a crime to disobey one's elders, especially one's father, who was the primary source of provider for all his children. After much thought, the 4 sons of Jamadagni decided to disobey their father and not kill their mother. Jamadagni then asked his 5th and youngest son, Parashuram, to kill his mother as well as his 4 elder brothers for disobeying him. Parashuram, knowing the power of his father, thought that if he refused to carry out his father's order, he would be cursed. But if he fulfilled his order, his father would be pleased and would give him a boon or a blessing. Therefore, Parashuram with his axe killed his mother and all his brothers. Jamadagni, extremely pleased by the dutifulness of his son, blesses him and offers him any boon of his choice. Parashuram requested his father to bring his mother and brothers back to life with no memory of them being killed by Parashuram. Jamadagni, pleased by his son's pure intentions, grants his wishes to come true. Renuka and her 4 sons come back to life as though from a deep sleep, with no memory of what had happened. Lord Ram is one of the most adored and worshipped gods in India. He is depicted holding a bow and arrow, indicating his readiness to destroy evil. His story forms the epic Ramayana. Ram can be simply described as a man who displays perfect morals as well as social behavior. In the words of Swami Vivekananda, Ram is the embodiment of truth, of morality, the ideal son, the ideal husband, and above all, the ideal king. He is a symbol of the victory of right over evil. He is perfect in every aspect and is often referred as Maryada Purushottam, meaning the one who is the supreme man. Ram was the son of the king of Ayodhya, Dashrath. Dashrath had 3 wives, Kaushalya, Sumitra and Kaikeyi. Ram was born to Kaushalya. Kaikeyi gave birth to Bharat, and to Sumitra, The twin, Lakshman and Shatrughna were born. Ram was the eldest son and Bharat was the second eldest. When Ram attained the age to be crowned king, Manthara, a servant maid, brainwashed Kaikeyi that Bharat should be the king and not Ram. After repeated attempts at manipulating Kaikeyi, Manthara finally succeeded. Kaikeyi went to Dashrath and very slyly reminded him of the boon he had promised her. When Dashrath asked what did her heart desire, she said that she wanted her son, Bharat, to be crowned as the king of Ayodhya, and that Ram should be sent on an exile for 14 years. On hearing this, Dashrath was spellbound, but as he had promised Kaikeyi, he could not go back on his word. Even before Dashrath could order Ram at once, to fulfill his father's words, along with Sita and Lakshman, left for their 14-year-long exile. It is also important to remember that when these incidents took place, Bharat was away from the kingdom and thus was unaware of all that happened. After coming back, he was grief-stricken and angered by his mother's evil deed. He reproached her and wished she was dead. Ram, on the other hand, was camping in Chitrakoot and was leading a simple life. But later they moved to Panchvati as suggested by Muni Agastya. Shurpanakha, the sister of Ravan of Lanka, had this area occupied along with her two brothers, Khar and Dushan. One day, Shurpanakha by chance happened to pass by the hermitage where Ram was staying. She was stunned by seeing these three beautiful human beings. She wanted to marry Ram. Ram refused to entertain Shurpanakha. This made her furious and she wanted to kill Sita. In order to protect Sita, Lakshman cut off her nose. Shurpanakha was so angry, she went straight to her brother Ravan and reported the matter to him. Shurpanakha also informed Ravan about this divine beauty Sita. Ravan decided to make her his wife and also fight Ram. Ravan asked his associate Marich to take the form of an attractive deer. Marich, as told by Ravan, took the shape of a golden deer, and on seeing the beautiful deer, Sita wanted Ram to get it for her to play. Ram, to make his wife's wish come true, went behind the deer and asked Lakshman to look after Sita while he was away. As Ram left, Sita and Lakshman heard Ram call out their names in agony. Sita was so terrified by this, thinking Ram was in danger. She asked Lakshman to go look for Ram. Lakshman did not want to leave Sita alone. However, Sita insisted that he should go find his brother and that she would be fine. Before leaving, Lakshman drew a line on the porch and asked Sita to not cross it at any cost. The Sita thus agreed. After they were both gone, came a sage to ask for alms. Sita was compassionate and therefore she could not turn him away and offered the sage what she had. As soon as she crossed the line drawn by Lakshman, the sage revealed himself as Ravan and took her by her waist and abducted her. As Sita was being taken away to Lanka, Jatayu, the eagle king, saw them and tried to stop Ravan. But Ravan cut his wings off and he fell to the ground. When Ram and Lakshman returned to the hut, they were shocked to see Sita gone. Jatayu held on to his last breath and after telling them about Sita's abduction, he died. A series of vigorous search began. Both Ram and Lakshman at last came to Rishimukh Parvat. Shabri had told them to meet Sugriv, who alone would be able to help Ram to rescue Sita. Hanuman, when he heard their story, said in turn that his king Sugriv too was in the same predicament, as he too had lost his wife and was turned out of the kingdom by his brother. Therefore, he was sure that Sugriv would be of use in finding Sita. Sugriv thus took the vow of friendship. Sugriv promised to help Ram, and Ram in return promised to make him the king of Kishkinda and also retrieve his wife. Ram killed Sugriv's brother Bali as promised, and Sugriv was made the king of Kishkinda. Upon becoming the king, Sugriv on his part sent 4 batches of Vanaras towards east, west, north and south and strictly ordered them that their search for Sita should be complete in a month. All 3 directions were fruitless in terms of finding Sita. However, towards the south, an eagle named Sampati informed the Vanaras that Sita was in Lanka, and if one needed to rescue her, one must cross the ocean. But now the question remained, how do they cross the ocean? Soon after, the Vanar army made a bridge out of big rocks with Sri Ram written on them. The rocks floated on water, and thus all of them could cross the sea and reach Lanka. In Lanka, a huge battle broke out between the parties. Ram killed Ravan and made Vibhishan the king of Lanka. Thus, Sita was rescued and brought back. Ram, Lakshman and Sita came back to Ayodhya after their 14-year-long exile, and at last Ram became the king. His reign was the perfect example of monarchy. Even amongst today's political parties in India, it is remembered as Ram Rajya. The eighth incarnation of Vishnu is often debated to be between Krishna and his elder brother Balaram. But because Balaram is an incarnation of Adi Shesha, the serpent of Vishnu, Krishna is collectively accepted as the eighth incarnation of Vishnu. Krishna, one of the most widely popular of all the Indian divinities, became the focus of numerous bhakti cults, which have over the centuries produced a wealth of religious poetry, music and painting. The basic sources of Krishna's stories is from the epic Mahabharata and Bhagavad Puran. To know the various stories from Mahabharata, watch the playlist linked in the comments below. There came a time when Mother Earth was unable to bear the sins and cruelty committed by evil kings and rulers. Mother Earth then prayed to Lord Brahma, the creator of the universe, to relieve her from the sinful kings. Brahma prayed to the Supreme Lord Vishnu for his reincarnation and to relieve earth from those evil rulers. Kans, the ruler of Mathura, was one such evil king. He had a sister named Devaki who was married to Vasudev. The day Devaki and Vasudev got married, a voice from the sky forecasted that Devaki's eighth son will bring an end to Kansa's rule and will kill him. A frightened Kans held the couple captive. He then vowed that he will kill every child of Devaki and Vasudev. Seeing their first 7 children being killed by the cruel Kans, the imprisoned couple feared giving birth to their 8th child. One night, Lord Vishnu appeared before them. He told them that as their son, he will return and rescue them from Kansa's evil deeds. The divine baby was born, and the day he was born, Vasudev found himself magically freed from the prison. In a subconscious state of mind, he took the baby away from the prison and placed him into a safer place. Vasudev reached a house in Gokul, exchanged Lord Krishna with a newborn girl of Nand and Yashoda, and returned to prison with the girl child. As soon as Kans came to know about the newborn, he again tried to kill the child. The infant ascends to the heaven and transforms itself into the goddess Yogmaya and says, "O foolish Kans, what will you get by killing me? Your killer is already born." Meanwhile, Krishna was raised as a cowherd in Gokul. Childhood of Lord Krishna is filled with stories of his mischievous pranks and incidents that depict his divine nature. According to a popular story, Krishna carried off a gigantic serpent Kalya from the river to the sea. Sri Krishna also raised Mount Govardhan with his little finger and kept it as an umbrella to shield Vrindavan's people from the torrential rain caused by Lord Indra, who was irritated by Krishna. He was popular amongst the gopis of Vrindavan, especially Radha. Radha and Krishna grew up together, and their story often forms the Ras Leela. During his boyhood, due to unexpected turn of events, the news confirming that Krishna was indeed the son of Devaki and Vasudeva broke out, and Krishna had to leave to Mathura, leaving behind his other family of Nand and Yashoda. On his return to Mathura, he slayed Kans and restored his father to power. After many years, considering the kingdom dangerous, he led the Yadavas to Kathiawar's west coast and set up his court in Dwarika. He married a beautiful princess from the Vidarbha kingdom named Rukmini. Lord Krishna married 7 other wives: Satyabhama, Jambavati, Kalindi, Nagnajiti, Mitravinda, Lakshmana and Bhadra. Krishna is also famous for having 16,000 wives. Upon killing the demon Narakasura, Krishna placed Bhaktivedanta on the throne and then freed all of Narakasura's prisoners. Amongst the prisoners were 16,000 women whom Narakasura had captured. Knowing that the society would not accept women who had been held captive by a demon for years, Krishna married the 16,000 women, making them all their wives and giving them a respectable place in the society. To know about this story in full detail, click on the link above. Sri Krishna became a counselor and a friend to Pandava prince Arjuna. In the great war of Kurukshetra between the Kauravas and Pandavas, Krishna declined to bear arms. Still, he agreed to be present on one side of the army. To avoid any kind of war between the cousins, Krishna requested Kauravas to give a small amount of land to the Pandavas. Duryodhana, however, opposed any compromise. Krishna gave his dearest friend Arjuna a choice once the war became inevitable. Either he could choose Krishna himself or he could choose the armies of Krishna. Arjuna preferred Sri Krishna's presence instead of his troops, while Duryodhana chose the Narayani Sena or the army of Krishna. As the war began, Arjuna was moved by the thought of killing his family members and put down his weapon. Lord Krishna then advised him about the battle and its repercussions, karma, the purpose of life and death, and the power of dharma. This conversation between Lord Krishna and Arjuna soon extended into a discourse which was later brought together as Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita explains how an aspiring seeker could pursue a union with God. Like previous Indian scriptures, the Bhagavad Gita did not require renunciation of the universe, but encouraged acceptance of the earth. Sri Krishna also revealed his universal form, known as the Vishwarup, to Arjuna, showing Arjuna his full spiritual realization. After this, Arjuna, an admirer and relative of Sri Krishna, became his disciple. Sri Krishna represents all of the human and spiritual elements. He played a human role as an avatar, but at the same time, he was a fully realized spirit. Krishna met Gandhari after the battle of Kurukshetra was over to give her condolences, as the Pandavas had won the battle and Gandhari had lost her 100 sons to death. Gandhari, in her rage, aggressively came up to Lord Krishna and poured her anger on him. According to her, the mass killing and the war could have been avoided by Krishna, but he did not. Her grief turned into vengeance, and she cursed Krishna that if her devotion towards Shiva was pure and if she was true to her husband all her life, then 36 years from that day, Krishna would die. His kingdom Dwarika would be flooded and the entire clan of Sri Krishna will be destroyed, the same way he made the Kauravas reach death. 36 years later, Gandhari's curse came true. Dwarika was consumed by the Arabian Sea. The Yadava race went extinct. Lord Krishna and Balaram had left the mortal world. Kali Yuga had arrived. The Pandavas felt that there was no purpose left for their existence. Born as Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha is regarded as the founder of Buddhism and revered by most as a savior or the enlightened one who rediscovered an ancient path to escape the cycle of birth and death and attain nirvana. He was born in the northern India near the town of Kapilavastu to a ruler of an Indian tribe of Shakyas. His mother died 7 days after giving birth to him. It is said that 12 years before his birth, the Brahmins prophesied that he would become either a universal monarch or a great sage. To prevent him from becoming an ascetic, his father kept him within the confines of the palace. Gautama grew up in a princely luxury, shielded from the outside world, entertained by dancing girls, instructed by Brahmins, and trained in archery, swordsmanship, wrestling, swimming, and running. When he came to the right age, he was married to Gopa and had a son with her. He had everything, and yet it was not enough. Once in the streets of Kapilavastu, he encountered 3 simple things: a sick man, an old man, and a corpse being carried to the burning grounds. Nothing in his life of ease had prepared him for this experience. When his charioteer told him that all beings are subjected to sickness, old age, and death, he could not rest. As he returned to the palace, he passed a wandering sage walking peacefully along the road, wearing the robe and carrying the single bowl of a sadhu. In his restlessness, he decided to leave the palace in search of answers to the problem of suffering. After bidding his wife and child a silent farewell without waking them up, he rode to the edge of the forest. There, he cut his long hair with his sword and exchanged his fine clothes for the simple robes of an ascetic. With these actions, Siddhartha Gautama joined a whole class of men who dropped out of Indian society to find liberation. There were a variety of methods and teachers, and Gautama investigated many: atheists, materialists, idealists, etc. Gautama finally settled down to work with two teachers. From Aradhaka Lama, who had 300 disciples, he learned how to discipline his mind to enter the sphere of nothingness. But even though Aradhaka Lama asked him to remain and teach as an equal, he recognized that this was not liberation and left. Next, Siddhartha learned how to enter the concentration of mind, which is neither consciousness nor unconsciousness, from Udraka Ramaputra. But neither was this liberation, and Siddhartha left his second teacher. For 6 years, Siddhartha, along with 5 companions, practiced austerities and concentration. He drove himself mercilessly, eating only a single grain of rice a day, pitting mind against body. His ribs stuck through his wasted flesh, and he seemed more dead than alive. His 5 companions left him when he made the decision to take more substantial food and to abandon asceticism. Then Siddhartha entered a village in search of food. There, a woman named Sujata offered him a dish of milk and a separate vessel of honey. His strength returned. Siddhartha washed himself in the Niranjana river and then set off to the Bodhi tree. He spread a mat of kusha grass underneath, crossed his leg, and sat. He sat, having listened to all the teachers, studied all the sacred texts, and tried all the methods. Now there was nothing to rely on, no one to turn to, nowhere to go. He sat solid and unmoving and determined as a mountain until finally, after 6 days, his eyes opened on the rising morning star. And so it is said that he had his realization and found what he was looking for. Therefore, there was nothing to attain, and no longer any struggle to attain it. For 7 weeks, he enjoyed the freedom and tranquility of liberation. At first, he had no interest to speak about his realization. He felt it would be too difficult for most people to understand. But according to a legend, Lord Brahma, the creator, requested the awakened one to spread his teachings. The first noble truth of Buddha stated that all life, all existence is characterized by dukkha. The Sanskrit word dukkha means suffering, pain, and unsatisfactoriness. Even moments of happiness have a way of turning into pain when we hold on to them for longer. Dukkha is noble, and it is the ultimate truth. For the next 49 years, Buddha walked through the villages and towns of India, speaking in vernacular, using common figures of speech that everybody could understand. He taught a villager to practice mindfulness while drawing water from a well. Once, when a disheartened mother asked him to heal her dead child that she was carrying in her arms, he did not perform a miracle, but instead instructed her to bring him a mustard seed from a house where no one had ever died. She returned from her search without the seed, but with the knowledge that death is universal. As Buddha's fame spread, kings and other wealthy patrons donated parks and gardens for retreats. The Buddha accepted these, but he continued to live as he had ever since his 29th year, as a wandering sadhu, begging his own meal, spending his days in meditation. Only now there was one difference. Almost every day, after his noon meal, the Buddha taught and preached his teachings. The Buddha died in the town of Kushinagara at the age of 80. Some of the assembled monks were dejected, but the Buddha, lying on his side, with his head resting on his right hand, reminded them that everything is impermanent and advised them to take refuge in themselves and the Dharma, the teaching. Kalki is the final avatar of Sri Vishnu, which has not taken birth yet. Kalki will appear on earth towards the end of Kali Yuga. In Hinduism, there are 4 yugas, namely Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and Kali Yuga. These 4 cycles rotate just like our calendar months. The present age is the Kali Yuga, and it will last for 432,000 years. It is believed that we have already passed 5,000 years from the Battle of Kurukshetra. That means there are still 427,000 years left, and as per Srimad Bhagavatam, the Lord Kalki will arrive at the end of Kali Yuga. To understand the concept of Yuga in detail, watch the video linked above and in the comments below. By the time the Kali Yuga ends, the bodies of all creatures will greatly reduce in size, and the religious principles of Varnashrama will be ruined. The path of the Vedas will be completely forgotten in human society, and the so-called religion will mostly be atheistic. The kings and rulers mostly will be thieves, and the occupation of men will be stealing, lying, and needless violence, and all the social classes will be reduced to the lowest level. Cows will be killed, spiritual centers will be no different from mundane house, family ties will extend no further than the immediate bonds of marriage. Most plants and herbs will disappear, seasons will go awry, homes will be devoid of pity, and there will be no morality. To know in full detail about how Kali Yuga will end, watch the video linked above. During these devastating times of Kali Yuga, the Supreme Personality of Godhead will appear on earth. Acting with the power of pure and spiritual goodness, he will rescue eternal religion. Lord Vishnu will appear in a Brahman family as Kalki, the son of Vishnuvyas and his wife Sumati, in the village of Sambhala. Sage Yajnavalkya will be the Acharya or the Guru of Kalki, as described in Agni Puran. It is said that Kalki will marry Padma, the daughter of King Bihadratha and his wife Kaumundi of the island of Simhale. Riding a white horse named Devadatta, with a sword in hand, Kalki will mow down the evil and corrupt and ensure the reign of Dharma. Lightning, thunder, heavy rain, and harsh sun are frequently associated with this avatar. The main motive of Kalki would be to destroy all barbarians and thieves from the earth and make the earth a peaceful place to live in. Apart from this, it is also said that Kalki would defeat the kings under Kali and hand over the rule of earth to Devapi and Maru, the religious kings of Kali Yuga. Kalki avatar shall establish the principles of eternal religion once again, and the people of earth will return to the path of righteousness. After the earth is rid of all the impostors, the citizens shall be able to smell the winds carrying the most sacred fragrance of sandalwood paste and other divine elements associated with Vishnu. Thus, their body and mind shall be purified. This will mark the beginning of Satya Yuga, an era of virtue, enlightenment, and spirituality. At that moment, the sun, the moon, and Jupiter shall collectively be at the constellation of Cancer. These 3 shall together enter into the lunar mansion of Pushya Nakshatra. According to some legends of the end of the world, Kalki's horse will stamp the earth with its right foot, causing the earth to drop into the deep. Then the gods will restore the earth once again to its former purity.
Chapter 18. Who is Krishna?
Krishna is a Sanskrit word that means all attractive. The name Krishna conveys the full meaning of God, because God is all attractive. He is full of all opulences. In this world, we're attracted by a person who's very rich, famous, highly educated, beautiful. These are features of attraction, and when all these qualities are reposed in one person without any rival, that person is God. Unless God is all attractive, how can he be God? Krishna has all these opulences in full, and that is the full definition of God. Our process for understanding Krishna and coming closer to him is to chant his holy names. In chanting God's names, there's no loss, no harm, only great gain. By chanting, we gradually cleanse our heart and realize who and what God is. Actually, the purpose of human life is to know God. The special significance, special privilege of being human is that, unlike the animals, we can understand God. In fact, we are meant to understand God, and therefore, in every human society, there's some sort of religion. Every religion, whether Christianity or Judaism or Hinduism, is meant to understand God. The process may be different, the audience may be different, but the goal is the same, to understand God and come closer to him. For example, those in the Christian, Muslim, and Jewish religions, as well as we Vaishnavas, all accept that God created this world. The concepts, God is the supreme, God is great, are accepted by everyone. The only difference is that we give details so that modern people who are advanced in education and scientific knowledge can understand. But the primary principle, to understand God, that God is great, we are tiny, we are subordinate to God, we are maintained by God. This idea is present in all religions.
प्रलयपयोधिजले धृतवानसि वेदम् विहितवहित्र चरित्रमखेदम् विहितवहित्र चरित्रमखेदम् केशवधृता मीन शरीरा केशवधृता मीन शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे क्षितिरिह विपुलतरे तिष्ठति तव पृष्ठे धरनिधारण किन चक्रगरिष्ठे धरनिधारण किन चक्रगरिष्ठे केशवधृता कूर्मशरीरा केशवधृता कूर्मशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे वसति दर्शन शिखरे धरणी तव लग्ना शशिनि कलंक कलेव निमग्ना शशिनि कलंक कलेव निमग्ना केशवधृता शूकर रूपा केशवधृता शूकर रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे। तव कर कमल वरेन खमाद्भुत शृंगा, दलित हिरण्यकशिपूतनुभृङ्गा, दलित हिरण्यकशिपूतनुभृङ्गा। केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा, केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे। छलयसि विक्रमणे बलिमद्भुत वामना, वदनखनीर जनित जन पावना, वदनखनीर जनित जन पावना। केशवधृता वामन रूपा, केशवधृता वामन रूपा, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे। क्षत्रिय रुधिरमये जगदपगत पापं, स्नपयसि पयसि शमित भवतापं, स्नपयसि पयसि शमित भवतापं। केशवधृता भृगुपतिरूपा, केशवधृता भृगुपतिरूपा, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे। वितरसि दिक्षुरणे दिक्पति कमनीयं, दशमुखमौलि बलिं रमणीयं, दशमुखमौलि बलिं रमणीयं। केशवधृता रामशरीरा, केशवधृता रामशरीरा, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे। वहसि वपुषि विसदे वसनं जलदाभं, हलहति भीति मिलित यमुनाभं, हलहति भीति मिलित यमुनाभं। केशवधृता हलधर रूपा, केशवधृता हलधर रूपा, जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे निन्दसि यज्ञविधे श्रुति जातम् सदय हृदय दर्शित पशुघातम् सदय हृदय दर्शित पशुघातम् केशवधृता बुद्ध शरीरा केशवधृता बुद्ध शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे म्लेच्छ निवह निधने कलयसि करवालम् धूमकेतुमिव किमपि करालम् धूमकेतुमिव किमपि करालम् केशवधृता कल्कि शरीरा केशवधृता कल्कि शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे श्री जय देव कवेरिदमुदितमुदारम् शृणु सुखदं शुभदं भवसारम् शृणु सुखदं शुभदं भवसारम् केशवधृता दशविधरूपा केशवधृता दशविधरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
प्रलयपयोधिजले धृतवानसि वेदम् प्रलयपयोधिजले धृतवानसि वेदम् विहितवहित्रचरित्रमखेदम् विहितवहित्रचरित्रमखेदम् केशवधृतामीन शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता मीन शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे पृथिविह विपुलतरे तिष्ठति तव पृष्ठे क्षितिरिह विपुल मूलतरे तिष्ठति तव पृष्ठे
धरणिधरण किन चक्रगरिष्ठे
धरणिधरण किण चक्रगरिष्ठे
केशवधृता कूर्मशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता कूर्मशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
वसति दशन शिखरे धरणी तव लग्ना
वसति दशन शिखरे धरणी तव लग्ना
शशिनि कलङ्क कलेव निमग्ना
शशिनि कलङ्क कलेव निमग्ना
केशवधृता शूकररूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता शूकररूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
तव कर कमल वरेण कमाद्भुत शृङ्गा
तव कर कमल वरेण कमाद्भुत शृङ्गा
दलिता हिरण्यकशिपो तनुभृङ्गा
दलिता हिरण्यकशिपो तनुभृङ्गा
केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
चलयसि विक्रमणे बलिमद्भुतवामना
चलयसि विक्रमणे बलिमद्भुतवामना
पदनकनीरजनितजनपावना
पदनकनीरजनितजनपावना
केशवधृता वामनरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता वामनरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
क्षत्रियरुधिरमये जगदपगत पापम्
क्षत्रियरुधिरमये जगदपगत पापम्
स्नपयसि पयसि शमित भवतापम्
स्नपयसि पयसि शमित भवतापम्
केशवधृता भृगुपतिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता भृगुपतिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
वितरसि दीक्षुरणे दिक्पतिकमनीयम्
वितरसि दीक्षुरणे दिक्पतिकमनीयम्
दशमुखमौलिबलिं रमणीयम्
दशमुखमौलिबलिं रमणीयम्
केशवधृता रामशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता राम शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
महसि वपुषि विशदे वसनं जलदावम्
महसि वपुषि विशदे वसनं जलदावम्
अलहति भीतिमिलितयमुनावम्
अलहति भीतिमिलितयमुनावम्
केशवधृता हलधररूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता हलधररूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
निन्दसि यज्ञविधेरहः श्रुतिजातम्
निन्दसि यज्ञविधेरहः श्रुतिजातम्
सदय हृदयदर्शितपशुगातम्
सदय हृदयदर्शितपशुगातम्
केशवधृता बुद्धशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता बुद्धशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
निधने कलयसि करवालम्
निधने कलयसि करवालम्
धूमकेतुमिव किमपि करालम्
धूमकेतुमिव किमपि करालम्
केशवधृता कल्किशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता कल्किशरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
श्रीजयदेव कवेरिदमुदितमुदारम्
श्रीजयदेव कवेरिदमुदितमुदारम्
शृणु सुखदं शुभदं भवसारम्
शृणु सुखदं शुभदं भवसारम्
केशवधृता दशविधरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवधृता दशविधरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
नामस्मरणादन्योपायं न हि पश्यामो भवतरणे राम हरे कृष्ण हरे तव नाम वदामि सदा नृहरे वेदोद्धार विचारमते सोमकदानव संहरणे मीनाकार शरीर नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् मंथानाचलधारण हेतो देवासुर परिपालन भो कूर्माकार शरीर नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् भूचोरकहर पुण्यदमूर्ते क्रोडोद्धृतभूतेश हरे क्रोडाकार शरीर नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् हेमकशिबुदनुधारण हेतो प्रह्लादासुर पालन भो नरसिंहाच्युत रूप नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् बलिमखबन्धन विततमते पादाद्वयकृतलोककृते पटुपटुवेषमनोज्ञ नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् क्षितिपतिवंशसम्भवमूर्ते क्षितिपतिरक्षा क्षतमूर्ते बृहस्पति राम वरेण्य नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् सीतावल्लभ दाशरथे दशरथनन्दन लोकगुरो रावणमर्दन राम नमो हर भक्तं ते परिपालय माम् कृष्णानन्द कृपाजलधे कंसारे कमल
Radhe 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 Bolo, Radhe Govinda Bolo. 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 Oh, deep blue Lord of my heart, show me your unmasked face, shining like 1,000 suns in an empty sky. Oh, ragged soul, unleash me from the body, free me from mind, release me from the iron grip of the senses, banish me forever from this weary world. Dear Redeemer, I bow to you by the reedy river, see you in the trees, gather you in the harvest, breathe you in the morning breeze. Soul shaker, shake loose my pride, turn me upside down, drown me in your foaming tide. Lord Shri Krishna, smiling cowherd of Vrindavan, allow me entrance into your abode, but only as a speck of dust along your road, or a feather fallen from your proud peacocks, a drop of water in your ocean. Nothing grand may I be, but grand enough to live with thee. Radhe 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 Bolo, Radhe Govinda Bolo. Radhe 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 Bolo, Radhe Govinda Bolo.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Who is Sripad Jagannath Das? Sripad Jagannath Das was born in Rochester, New York, in the early afternoon of September 11th, 1953. As a child, he experienced many spontaneous spiritual episodes centered around the realization of the reality of God, transmigration, and the soul. Jagannath is a student of the 5,000-year-old non-sectarian devotional yoga path. At 15, he began the serious practice of Bhakti Yoga as taught by His Divine Grace, E.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the foremost exponent of the science of self-realization in the modern world. 3 years later, he traveled to London to personally study with his master after having spent time as a brahmachari, or celibate student, in a Tampa, Florida ashram under Pushta Krishna Swami. At 21, Jagannath traveled alone to India, living in the beautiful village of Mala, just outside Rishikesh, and also in Vrindavan, Uttar Pradesh. Following 3 years of intensive study and meditation, he made his way back to the United States. There, under his secular name of Jeffrey Giuliano, he became the internationally best-selling author of over 32 books and 1,000 audiobooks, all on the subject of spirituality, yoga philosophy, popular music, and culture. When he was 30, he took formal initiation from His Grace Swami B.H. Mangal Maharaj in Toronto, along with his wife Vrindarani Devi. Together they established a large country ashram, Krishna temple, food bank, recording complex, and animal sanctuary in Lockport, New York. At the age of 40, however, Das began to slowly wind down his various business activities in order to fulfill the prophecy of his time in India and the wish of his spiritual masters that he help spread the inspirational tenets of bhakti in the Gaudiya Vaishnav tradition everywhere. Jagannath then moved to Bangkok, where he became a popular film actor and in 2017 established an audiobook company, Icon Audio Arts, which he runs today with his young son, Eden Garrett Giuliano. They split their time between Thailand and India.
We hope you enjoyed this Dark Horse Arts presentation. It takes two to tell the truth. One to speak, another to hear. Inner Lion Media. Thank you for listening.